St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated is a home and a school where exemplary education is rooted in its core values, faith, excellence, and service. Its holistic approach to honing its learners' knowledge, skills, and abilities contributes to producing successful achievers and world-class Marian professionals.
SMCTI offers programs under the Basic Education Department from kindergarten to grade 12. It also offers tertiary education programs such as liberal arts, business and accountancy, civil engineering, hospitality and tourism management, computer science, criminology, education, and nursing.
It also offers postgraduate courses under the Graduate Education and Juris Doctor programs in the Higher Education Department.
Short courses under the technical and vocational programs are also available. For more details, visit smctagum.edu.ph or visit them at National Highway Tagum City, Davao del Norte.
What are you waiting for?
Experience quality time with us. Enroll now. Truly world-class, truly tibay.
Diba isna picture to man sa ano?
Ay utama na pa man di may final defense. Napay PT, napay English research, cheer dance ug final exam. Uy friend, paki-abri sa good sa page sa atong latest topic sa mathematics please.
Okay.
Lo, sa pagita.
Hala ka pretty! Sa pagita na yung bookmark?
Hala bitaw no.
Ngano di ay?
Di ba ingon nila kay ang sambagita kay nagasimbolize sa kuwan? Unsa ganito?
Hala! Time na!
No!
A place where time stands still through the corridors. Where young minds come alive. A place where education transcends the conventional and welcomes potential after potential. In St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, we believe in the quality transformative Ignatian Marian education to think in novel ways. We're not just preparing students for the future, we are empowering them to shape it. In our classrooms, we don't simply relay knowledge, we actively explore and question. But learning also takes our students out of the classroom, where we believe that to learn is to do. And by doing, we are learning. As we shape young minds in all levels in one school, our students broaden their horizons through cross-cultural and international academic engagements. It lies a drapery of stories, woven together by shared experiences, and through helping hands, where things are made possible for us. We found family, so we also paved the way for others. But through it all, we can hear the steady rhythm of our Ignatian Marian heartbeat of faith that pulls us toward becoming beloved and gifted messengers. We, Ignatian Marians, are empowered to tread in the footsteps of greatness, strive for excellence, and serve with love and compassion. Faith provides us with fortitude and courage to pursue our academic aspirations and make a difference, whatever we do and wherever we go.
The academic journey continues. It's just the beginning of lifetime learning and rediscovery. Professionals are ascending the greatest heights in their careers while staying grounded in Ignatian Marian values at St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, where we offer graduate education programs.
Now, the focus on excellence and service aligns with my goal of being an educator who inspires students' critical thinking and creativity.
Our graduate education programs enrich professionals so they can thrive in learning through holistic education and academic research engagements.
I chose St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated for my graduate school journey because of its strong academic reputation, supportive faculty, and also the high commitment to the holistic education.
Our program is designed to foster intellectual growth, cultivate moral integrity, and inspire a heart for service.
We provide advanced knowledge, leadership skills, and the necessary Ignatian Marian values to excel in their respective careers and make meaningful contributions to our communities.
Our Marian teaching experience connects educational theories with spiritual growth.
As one of the professors in the graduate education here at St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, I cultivate the Marian experience by emulating Mary's contemplative approach of teaching, by letting the students reflect their own learning journeys and evaluate their learnings on how to apply these in the respective schools.
I would invite students to engage into meaningful reflections in such a way that it would also make them fully alive, especially as they serve as educators.
We continue to be steadfast in having more well-rounded professionals who will use our teachings and be great educators themselves.
SMCDI has always been my top choice because it allows me to balance the demands in my career, personal life, and graduate studies seamlessly.
As educators and learners, I encourage them to continually discern, grow, and of course integrate these Marian values, especially to ensure that our academic journey is marked by depth, meaning, and service to others.
Here at SMC, we believe that these are the core foundations of making teachers a better instructional leaders.
Let learning uplift society through cultivating ourselves with excellence, faith, and service in a place like St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, where we keep coming back for more.
A lawyer must be emotionally strong as how can we apply the law and how can we bring law to the people.
Faith, excellence, and service. The leading edge of the Juris Doctor program of St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated in its persisting pledge to nurture aspiring lawyers. It remains a top-performing school with 1 to 10 candidates among the law schools in the Philippines and the first and only law school in Davao del Norte to offer a Master of Legal Studies.
Our approach blends rigorous legal training with a deep commitment to social responsibility, empowering our students to not only excel in the legal profession, but also make a meaningful impact on society, inspired by the Ignatian Marian mission of serving others.
Through experiential learning, Minds are cultivated by the complexities of legal knowledge.
I chose SMCTI for my Juris Doctor journey because of the quality of their instruction and their education they provide.
Practical challenges await them, and thorough educational preparation comes in handy as future advocates and leaders in law.
It is highlighted on the subjects I took when I was in fourth year, specifically the Practice Court 1 and Practice Court 2, in which I had to participate in a mock trial and also pass legal writing exercises and also make a court observation reports, and through which it provided me experience, skills, and at the same time confidence, which will help me in the practice of law in the future.
Every opportunity is within reach, where students are surrounded by peers and mentors who continue to believe.
As a law student, one of my most memorable experiences is the Marianihan. It's held to help recognize the newly passed lawyers who passed the bar exam. It's also a chance for the students to come together as a community, to meet one another, and to also meet all the faculties and staff.
Compared sa other na, you're just a student. You're just like you're there to keep up with their school rating. You're just a student. Dito iba. We're being valued. Like specifically deans, specifically the faculty, they want the best for each student, and they genuinely want the student to win in their lives.
And we really have amazing faculty and staff here sa SMCK. Dagan kayo mga judges, dagan po kayo mga prosecutors, mga fiscal, dagan kayo fiscals, and very taas ko po kayo mga experience sa mga professors na very knowledgeable in their field, and we're very lucky and very blessed to have them sa atong community.
Diri sa let's say sa Tagum is muna siya ang pinakadool nga law school from us. Like me, I am from Davao de Oro. Wala may law school sa amo ang probinsya. So most of these students na nangandoy nga mahimong abogado-abogada, they will really go here sa city to pursue their dreams and aspirations na mahimo nga part sa legal community.
Coming from a strong sense.
Afternoon, Marians. Praise be Jesus and Mary.
Now and forever.
As we move forward with the second round of interdisciplinary research presentations this afternoon, we continue our academic exploration. Alongside these presentations, our esteemed panel of judges will continue their evaluation of the visual abstracts, ensuring a thorough assessment of each research project. This process not only highlights the quality and impact of the studies, but also provides valuable feedback for further academic growth. Without further ado, we now proceed with the interdisciplinary research presentation for Batch 2, alongside the continuation of judging for visual abstracts. Let me call in our first research presenter this afternoon. From the Bachelor of Secondary Education, we have Racaccio et al. With their research paper, Discourse Analysis on the Legitimation Strategies Found in Column Articles, Education-Related Issues in Focus. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
And so for the information of everyone and to our research presenters, you will only given 12 minutes and our 6 minutes and 6 minutes for the question and answer portion. Alright? So that we can cater all of our research presentations. And your cue will be located at the center. Okay, at the center. Alright? So since we are still waiting for our tech team to please show on screen the presentation of our next group. And also, may I request our student researchers to please do not stay in your visual abstract so that our judges could efficiently rate and grade your abstracts, okay? Unless you are asked to do so, alright? So please do not stay there. Please sit down and listen to our presentation this afternoon. Okay, so once again, let's give a warm round of applause to our second research presenters from the Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education.
Good day, everyone. Praise be Jesus and Mary, now and forever. I am Megan Feira Cacho, and together with me are my co-researchers, Shaira Kate D. Catalia and Sofia Athena Marie L. Arsenio, presenting our research entitled Discourse Analysis on the Legitimation Strategies Found in Column Articles, Education-Related Issues in Focus. Now, as we all know, journalism has a crucial role in our lives as an essential source of information dissemination. Especially, it allows us, or it provides us to be aware of what are the current happenings in our society right now, especially the societal issues. And also, one type of journalistic writing is column writing. And this, or the columnists or the writers, has the ability to give their opinions or to provide their arguments on a certain viewpoint. And this is the problem. This is where we can find the problem. The columnists can manipulate the readers or the perspective of a reader through how they present certain information. They can only choose to present the facts that support their viewpoint while downplaying or neglecting the information that cannot support their standpoint. And here we have a study from Malaysia by Anthony 2018, wherein it demonstrated that the use of emotive language in online news can manipulate public opinion and advance particular agendas. Thus, the columnist or the writer can only present the facts that can suit best their interests. Also, we have Cruz 2022 in the Philippines that stated that columnists often write emotionally driven articles expressing their feelings and views on the issue, and this highlights the influence of political worldviews on columnists, wherein most of them, they are siding on a specific political spectrum, neglecting the information that they can find on the other side of the political spectrum. And lastly, we have a study from Davao City, Barreiro 2021, wherein online articles affect the perceptions of the readers in the subject of supporting a certain former president, wherein she interviewed a certain man named, or in an alias named Saki, wherein Saki has a change of perspective about that president. Like, his perspective became a negative one because of how the columnist used words to describe that certain president. So, our research, or here is our theoretical lens that we used in our study. We employed Van Leeuwen and Wodak legitimation theory in 1999, wherein it states that each entity has the tendency to legitimize or justify certain course of discourse, events, and using this for legitimation strategies, ma'am, sir. We have first the authorization, followed by rationalization, moral evaluation, and mythopoesis. So for authorization po, we are able to legitimize a certain statements or discourse or even events by referencing to certain people who are in authority or people who are experts in certain fields, also by referencing policies or even laws. And also we have rationalization, wherein we can legitimize a certain statement or discourse or even an act by providing the moralized purpose of why an act should be done. Also, for moral evaluation, it can be, or the statement can be legitimized or justified through using moral judgments upon, or through using moral judgments on a certain social action. If it is good ba, it is bad, it is morally right, or it is immoral. And also we have lastly mythopoesis, wherein we can legitimize a certain statement or discourse if we are going to use storytelling through creating narratives. Now, we have only one research question, and we have what are the legitimation strategies used in column articles discussing education-related issues in focus. And for our methodology, we utilize a qualitative research design, specifically discourse analysis in analyzing, and also we secure the necessary approvals, institutional authorities, and we also have we also got the approvals from the columnists themselves through emailing them and also through the messenger. And we also have our research materials through this inclusion material. So we have 4 national-based online newspapers, or we get our materials from this 4 national-based online newspapers, namely Manila Bulletin, Philippine Daily Inquirer, the Manila Times, and Philippine Star. And it should be 2 years recency. Also, it should be authored by a Filipino author, and at the same time, it should be publicly accessed by people. And we utilize only 20 column articles that focus on education-related issues because according to Clark and Brown 2013, that in a corpora study, 10 to 100 materials would suffice for a data saturation. And also, for analyzing our study, we labeled them CA to signify column articles, to organize and identify the 20 column articles from the 4 publishing companies, also reflecting the publication source themselves. We have MB for Manila Bulletin, PDI for Philippine Daily Inquirer, TMT for the Manila Times, and PS for Philippine Star. And here here is our results. So we just get some of the results, but actually in authorization, we have found 11 statements, authorization that was used by the columnist. And as you can see in here, if medyo clear ba siya? So we have here the phrases, Senate Committee, the Department of Education, the House of Representatives, the Council for the Welfare of Children, wherein the columnists use these terms to verify or to legitimize their statements about the education-related issues. Because these organizations are experts in their own fields, especially the Department of Education, which is the major department that covers the education itself. So they are really legitimized, or they can really legitimize their statements by providing these organizations that are expert in the field of education. Next one, we have rationalization. So rationalization po was used in the study, or the columnists utilized rationalization by providing the moralized purpose or the purpose of why a certain act or why a certain discourse should be done. For example po in here, we have, in rationalization, there should be the to infinitive, or there should be the to infinitive plus the moralized purpose. As you can see in here, you can see that given the amount of work put in by our teachers and the physical, emotional, and mental toll their jobs have on them, and that is one of the educational related issue that can be found in the article, and it was supported by the columnist through using rationalization, through using the purpose of to, so plus the moralized purpose. So in order for them to somehow alleviate their work or to give somehow benefits for them, it can be seen here, this option to retire early will allow them to enjoy life while they are still well and able. So next is we have moral evaluation. In here, the columnists utilize moral evaluation through using, actually we have subcategories for moral evaluation. We have analogies, abstraction, and at the same time the evaluation word itself. And in here you can see that we have an example, our best learners are comparable only to the average student in Malaysia, Thailand, and Brunei, and Vietnam. And here we are the best learners of the Philippines are being compared to the average student or learners of the said countries. And this means that the audience, especially the Department of Education, should really make a change in the system of education for the betterment of the learners, which is morally right and morally good. And lastly, for my two poesis, as what I have stated earlier, now my two poesis are used to legitimize statements through narrating or storytelling. And here you can see the phrases or conjunctions of time wherein they use back to many decades, over the years. And this shows that the problems have existed back then and is still existing right now. And this means that there is really a problem in the educational sector of the Philippines, and it was used by the columnists to justify or to legitimize their statements. And now for our conclusion, I'm going to present you the word critical. C stands for credible, wherein our study allows not just the students, but the people of all ages to identify credible statements, not just in column articles, but also in the discourse that we can find in the social world, especially in social media platforms, and also reasoning. This will help them to improve their reasoning, especially in identifying the potential biases, and also influential. Influential in a sense that they can influence, or by using legitimation strategies, they can influence their readers to somehow be convinced of what they are writing. Next is we have timely. Our study is very timely and rampant nowadays. Our study is very timely because it tackles about misinformation, fake news, and it is really rampant nowadays in the social media world, as we can see, not just in the column articles or the articles themselves. And lastly, next is insightful, since not just the students, but the people can have or can really delve deeper about what really is language all about. Not just the context, but what really is the language all about. Next is communicate, since through using legitimation strategies, we will be able to communicate well the information that we are trying to convey to our readers. Next is analyze, because we will be able to analyze thoroughly the statements of the writers or even the people around us. And lastly, to legitimize the statements and provide justification to what we are going to write. And all in all, we need to be critical in order for us to thrive in a world where it will be filled with media literate people. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, time is up. Thank you and congratulations, Rakacho et al. From the Bachelor of Secondary Education. Now, before we are going to proceed with the Q&A, I would like to request the presence of the next research presenters. We have Claro et al. From the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. Kindly prepare your materials here po. Okay, at this juncture, we are going to proceed po with the Q&A portion. So I'll be giving the panel of judges as well as the research presenters to answer the questions in 6 minutes po. Thank you. First question po.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon presenters, and congratulations for presenting well your research. And I believe you are well acquainted with your research based on how it was presented. Okay, so my question is, or just a point of clarification, how do columnists, because we are focusing on the columnists, right, on the articles, column articles in newspapers.
Against sir, I cannot, medyo di po na ako madunggan ako.
Okay, so your study is focused on column articles in newspapers, particularly the 4 major newspapers you have presented a while ago. So how do columnists employ legitimation strategies to shape public perception and policy discourse on education-related issues?
Okay, based on our findings, sir, we have found out that most columnists utilize authorization legitimation strategy to justify their statements through using more on expert, because we have different types or subcategories under authorization, sir. We have the personal authority, the the impersonal authority, expert authority, sir. And also, they utilize mostly the expert authority wherein they reference to certain organizations that somehow has the expertise to give judgment about the problems here in the problems in the education here in the Philippines, sir. And I do believe that it is because there are lots of organizations and at the same time, people who are in power that they can get reference to, sir, about the information that they are trying to convey to the readers or to the people po, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes kasi, writers or columnists tend to romanticize issues because of the art of writing. So, does it mean that because of this, there might be issues that somehow romanticized because of writing?
Yes, actually, sir, since column article itself is a very opinionated one, since the information comes mostly from the experiences of the columnist. That's why we utilize the legitimation strategies of Van Leeuwen, sir, in order for us to really identify what are the justifiable statements that they have presented in those articles, po, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you po, sir.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for that very comprehensive question, and also to our research presenters for answering. Another question coming from our panel of judges. You can still ask another question if you would like. So I guess we're okay. Very understandable, I guess. So that's it. Congratulations to our second research presenters from the Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education, Racacho et al. Wala ba kayo mga kamay dyan? Ayan. Now, let's keep the ball rolling as we will now proceed to our third research presenters from the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. We have Claro et al. With the research title, Tapping the Power of Waterfalls, a study on designing an effective energy storage system in Barangay Carcor, New Carelia, Davao del Norte. A round of applause, please. So your 12 minutes presentation time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Alfantonia from the Civil Engineering Department. Good afternoon, SMC Marias, and good afternoon, judges. So I'll be discussing about our research entitled Tapping the Waterfall, a study in making a study on designing an effective energy storage system in Barangay Carcor, New Carelia, Davao del Norte. All right. So, electricity serves as an essential element in modern civilization, providing the necessary energy to sustain our residential homes, commercial enterprises, industrial operations, and technological development. However, the increasing demand for electric power, problems in generating renewable energy, and ecological harm have resulted in growing apprehension, which is an insufficient supply of electricity that significantly impedes productivity. So our objectives of our studies, first, to determine the output of the prototype, which is getting the flow rate or the discharge of the water. Next is determining the water velocity, and to design and develop the hydroelectric system prototype device based on its functionality. And here are different aspects of product or system evaluation. This is going to be tested by our users. So we have the performance test, how efficient or how our product or prototype works efficient. We have also the durability test, storage capacity, how much of energy can our prototype store. We have also the output test, and the safety test, and the user feedback test. And also to determine the power generated in kilowatts being produced from the battery of prototype device, and the number of appliances of households that consume, which is the wattage. So let's go with our results. All right, so let's go with the water velocity first. So we did 5 trials of getting the average time. We use the flotation device wherein we use an object and measured it from one point to another and measure how long would it take. So the measurement we did was 5 meters, and the average time for it was 8.035 seconds. Next one was to get the velocity. We just divide the distance from its average time, resulting to 0.622 meter per second. So here's the table for the flotation device, and the flotation device that we use for our prototype for testing the water velocity was a pomelo, a fruit. Right? So for our average cross-sectional area, since in Eucarella, particularly in Panas, the source of water, the shape of the waterfall is rigid. So there's no particular solid shape. So we have to make it test each sections from to get its depth, its width, and we had 5 trials of it, and we have our average of 3.208 square meters. All right? I do apologize for the. I don't like to explain it to you without any visual representation.
All right, I guess our timer should stop, no? Yeah. Don't worry, na-pause po yung time. So don't worry, chill, and let's wait for our tech team. Low bat. And also, I request our students to please remain silent. No, keep your silence, everyone, because presenting in front of you is really not an easy task. No, it requires a lot of courage, di ba? Dili sa yon.
Absolutely.
Pero laban. Yes, you're representing your program from the Bachelor of Civil Engineering, right?
Yes.
So, sino ba yung mga taga-CE dito? Kaway-kaway! Ayan. So, please support, no, your batchmate, or shall I say, your kuya, your ate, for braving this research conference this afternoon. Alright, well, we are still waiting to our material to be posted. Let me hear your thoughts muna. As the research presenter, how are you and how are you feeling today?
Well, to be honest, at first, I'm very nervous right now. Before presenting. And yeah, hopefully that I can manage to perform this well and represent for the program, for the department. And I'm really thankful for Doc Daphne and also for our engineer program head, Engineer Bitang, for letting me represent the civil engineering department.
That's true. And so far, so good. Napakagaling, no? Kudos. A round of applause naman dyan. Ayan, thank you so much. So yeah, we are live and alive here at St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, no? And we are expecting more for our discussions later on, more researches. And I believe the task of our judges is not, hindi easy. Parang nahihirapan na yung mga judges natin. We are still down to our 3rd presenter. How many pa ba? 7 research presenters pa tayo. Right. Alright, sige. While waiting again, no, what can you say na lang to your may tawag sa mga civil engineers? May mga, ba kayo? May tawag ba sa batch nyo? Or sa mga 4th year students sa civil engineering?
Well, I'm not sure if they have a name for their batch. It's just because I'm already like 6 years already studying engineering. So hopefully,
So graduating na talaga, hopefully, manifesting. So I guess we are back on track. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause again to our research presenter from the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering.
thank you so much, and I do apologize for the technical difficulties. So now, let's continue. After getting the cross-sectional area of the said location, also the water velocity, next thing we should get is the flow rate, because the discharge would determine if our prototype would work. And we reach with a result of 1.995 cubic meter per second. That is the area times the velocity. And this is our design. So I would like to talk about the design that we did. As you can see here, our foundation is basically made with angle bars. We also bought some bicycle rims from the junk shop. We also have a 1/2 inch pillow block, 1/2 inch diameter for the shafting steel, and we also have a pulley. We also have an alternator. However, if you can see on the bottom right, under that, beside that alternator, there should be a battery. That's where we store the energy, exactly. But it's kind of hard to, put it in SketchUp. So I do apologize for that. But yeah, so basically how these things work, if you can see on the PVC pipe, that's where our prototype will catch the waterfall. And once it turns on the alternator, one revolution would be like 10 revolution on our dynamo, creating it or making it, or they call this, providing enough energy to the battery. So here is an overview on how it would look like. Next picture, please. There. So yeah, that's how our prototype would look like. And if you want to see the actual prototype, it's actually right over there. All right. So the positioning of the prototype hydroelectric system was determined based on the criteria encompassing the flow rate of the waterfall. The wider the waterfall is, the lesser the weight. There's no pressure. So what we did, we chose a narrow waterfall to have the specific weight to put on the pressure, and once it turns so fast on the PVC pipe, it will turn much more on the dynamo, producing much more energy. So let's proceed. So the energy is, this is the formula of the energy, and we arrive of 60 kilowatts per hour. Here we go. So what we did was we tested it. For 3 hours, and the battery we used was an SUV battery, which can be stored up to 200 kilowatts per hour. Unlike electric bikes, it's only 130 kilowatts hour. So charging it for letting it stay there for 3 hours, we had arrived with an average of 60 kilowatts hour. There you go. So on the first hour, we have the 60 kilowatts. Second hour, we already gained 120 kilowatts, and the third is 180. Basically, it's much more the same when you charge the battery on a charging station somewhere. However, this one is different since you're just using the water, but also having the same results as charging on the station. So we go to the summary. So the waterfall has a velocity of 0.622 meters squared. Meter per second. Cross-sectional area of 3.208 square meters, and the flow rate of 1995 cubic meter per second. And the finding presented the significance of choosing a suitable location of the prototype device that meets criteria conducive to safe and efficient operation. The usability test highlighted minor vulnerabilities in the current system design that may compromise the safety during charging the battery, and the system generates power output even under variable flow conditions, demonstrating its dependability and potential for continuous operation. So our findings, such as the velocity, cross-sectional area, discharge of the water flow was acquired, and we are able to tell that Barangay Corcor has sufficient flow of water to provide adequate power for hydroelectric system prototype. And the battery performed well when used as intended in one household. So the ratio that we did here was one household, 1:100. If we are able to use it on one household, meaning that we can also use it in 100 households as well. So our conclusion, the required data. Our recommendations. The study findings conclusions lead to following recommendations for future researchers and civil engineers at SMCTI. Perform through-site surveys to identify locations that could benefit from additional energy conversion, efficiency improvements, and ensure safety of the prototype that will not harm the environment. Extend the testing period to evaluate the system performance over time, resembling a practical operational circumstances, and to improve systems device general efficiently and viability. That's all.
All right, we are done. Congratulations, and let's give a warm round of applause to our research presenter from the Civil Engineering program, okay? So I will now give the floor to our judges for your questions and queries and other recommendations. And again, to our live audience, please listen attentively. Thank you.
Okay, hello and good afternoon to you. Congratulations on your presentation. So I'm also a civil engineer by profession. So yeah, your research is actually sustainable approach, no, on renewable energy research. So my first question is, did you consider hydrological and geological assessments of the barangay? Because yeah, before we come up with a prototype, of course, we need to, as part of research, we have to know its technical feasibility and practical application. So, whether the proposed energy storage system is realistically implementable given the local conditions, the resources, and the constraints within the location.
Yes, what we did a survey wherein, if you know Panas, the terrain is very uneven, right? So in designing the prototype, what we did was, instead of making something that you would touch the natural environment itself, why not create a portable type wherein you're just gonna be putting it there. However, and also with the households, since the distance of the Panas or the household in Panas is quite a bit far from the lines, and not everyone has this access to electricity. That's one thing that we considered in choosing the specific place as well. And also, since Panas is actually owned by the government, at the same time being used by people for recreational activities, that's what we did. And
yeah, what I mean was more on about the waterfalls, because we are collecting the energy utilizing the waterfalls. Am I right?
Yes.
So actually we have to consider for example, seasonal variations, because not all throughout the year we have the same the velocity of the waterfalls. So as we all know, the higher the velocity, the more the power that we can collect. So did you consider that one?
Yes, actually, like I mentioned earlier, the most specific position that we chose was the waterfall with the most narrow length, right, or the width. Because even though it might be slow, the more the narrow it is, the bigger the water would go through. So that's the position that we chose, and that's where we gathered our data.
Okay, thank you. Follow up.
Sure.
What are the expected efficiency and energy output of your design? And how does it compare to existing micro hydro systems?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last one?
How does it compare to existing micro hydro systems?
Okay. So, our prototype system is almost similar to the rest, but however, this is a bit different. Wherein, if I were to make an analogy for you guys to better understand it, let's say our prototype is a charger. The outlet would be the water, the river, the waterfall itself, and the battery would be the power bank would be the battery, right? So basically, the charge itself, you can charge it anywhere as long as you bring it. That's the difference between our prototype from others. Wherein, let's say for example, this part here on our part A, point A, let's say, point A, there's not, the velocity isn't sufficient. So we can be able to like transfer it to another place and search for another part of the waterfall wherein you can place the prototype to be much more effective. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, ma'am. So, as much as we want to cater more questions, but sadly, time is up. So, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. At this point in time, we have from the representative coming from the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. We have Adrales et al. With their research paper, Kohako, Automated Prototype System for Coconut Dehusking and Segregation Integrated with Mobile Application. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Again, you have 12 minutes to present your research study. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, Marians. We are now presenting our research entitled Kohako Automated Prototype System for Coconut Dehusking and Segregation Integrated with Mobile Application. So according to International Journal of Fruit Science by Moreno et al., the Philippines is the largest producer of coconut globally with 338 million coconut-bearing trees producing an annual average of 15.3 billion nut. And according to Philippine coconut industry, the Davao region is the top coconut producer in the Philippines, contributing 14.4% to the country's total coconut production by the year 2018. According to the information we gathered, the coconut industry faces significant challenges due to the reliance on manual labor for the husking and segregation processes, which are labor-intensive, time-consuming, and prone to human error and injuries. These inefficiencies lead to a higher production cost, reduced productivity, and limited scalability, ultimately affecting the profitability and competitiveness of the coconut producers. So for our objectives, our primary objective is to design, develop an automated dehusking and irrigation machine. Second is to create mobile application. And last is to conduct live testing of coconut dehusking within community. So this system aims to address the challenges faced by the coconut farmers and workers by reducing the manual labor, improving product quality, and ensuring the long-term sustainability of the coconut industry here in Davao del Norte. So for our methodology is V model. This methodology is often used for software development and is characterized by its emphasis on the relationship between testing and development phase. The V model is a sequential and structured approach that involves the execution of corresponding testing phase outside each development phase, which makes sure that the development of Kohaku has a clear and structured processes in the development process. This means that each phase of the development process has a corresponding testing phase which ensures that software is truly tested and address any issues or challenges early on, leading to a more robust and reliable companion tool for coconut harvesting.
So these are the important features of our mobile application. So in the first section, which is the next of our logo, we can see that we have a logging in or sign up section there. So these are one of the important features of our app, which is you can log in or create an account, which notes that our application is very safe when it comes to security. So the second section of our mobile application, the second feature of our mobile application that is important is you can also use our application as a remote. You can turn off or turn on our mobile machine, which is the coconut dehusking machine. And the last feature of our mobile application is you can also monitor the processed coconut categorized into small, medium, and large. Next. So this is the section of the remote control of the mobile application. As you can see there, the logo of the power off, that's the remote. And the history section, you can monitor when is the date of the processed coconut. Next. So these are the actual video of how our machine works. That is the dehusking part of our machine. And then the next is the segregation, which separate the small, medium, and large. There we loaded a large size coconut, and the next one is the medium one. And that's it. So let's proceed for our limitation of our research.
So these are our limitation of the Kohaku that we need to consider. So first, processing capacity. Our machine has a limit on how many coconuts in process at a time. While it's efficient, handling large volume continuously may slow it down. The second one is the network connectivity and real-time data accuracy. Since our Kohaku app relies on the internet for data transmission, areas with poor connectivity might experience delays or inaccuracies in real-time updates. And the next is the availability of smartphone among farmers. Our app is designed to help farmers, but not everyone may have access to smartphone, which could limit its usability. Next is the dependence on electricity. Our machine needs a stable power source, In areas with unreliable electricity, this could be a problem. Lastly, the limited maintenance. To keep this machine running at its best, regular maintenance is needed. However, access to spare parts and skilled technicians may be a challenge in some locations.
So this is our unit and integration result. As you can see, we receive a 100% pass rate. The result integrates that our system is reliable and strong system reliability, smooth integration of both hardware and software components, and effective data processing. The result confirms that Kohaku operates efficiently and meets the technical requirements necessary for real-world implementation. Moving on to the level of acceptance, our system received an overall mean score of 6.69. This indicates that respondents have embraced Kohaku and believe that it successfully meets the key criteria for usefulness and ease of use. This positive feedback highlights the system's potential for adoption in the agricultural sector, reinforcing its practicality and effectiveness in assisting coconut farmers. Now let's move to the recommendation. Based on our findings, we propose several recommendations to further enhance Kohaku. First, system enhancement. Refining the dehusking mechanism to handle different coconut sizes while improving speed and safety. The second one, expanded features. Adding data analytics and reporting tools to provide insights on operational efficiency, maintenance schedule, and productivity trends. Number 3, wider testing and deployment. Conducting further field tests with more farmers and cooperatives to validate Kohaku's impact across various farming environments. And the fourth one, comparison of manual and automated dehusking. Future studies should conduct a direct comparison between manual dehusking and the Kohaku machine to accurately assess its processing speed and efficiency. These will provide empirical data on its advantage and potential areas for improvement, ensuring its effectiveness in real-world applications. The fifth one, improving dehusking efficiency for wet coconuts. One of the key challenges we encountered during testing was the dehusking of wet coconuts. Unlike dry coconuts, which have firmer husk, wet coconuts tend to have softer, more fibrous outer layer that can be more difficult to grip and remove efficiently. This often results in incomplete dehusking requiring additional manual intervention. To address this, we propose the following improvements: enhancing the gripping mechanism, implementing stronger or more adaptive gripping components to hold wet coconuts more securely during dehusking. Adjustable pressure and blade setting, allowing the system to modify the force applied based on the moisture level, ensuring efficient husk removal without damaging the coconut shell. Surface treatment for wet husk, exploring pre-processing method such as air drying or applying friction-based techniques to reduce slippage before dehusking. Material upgrades, using water-resistant and corrosion-resistant materials is critical part of the system to ensure long-term durability and consistent performance when handling wet coconuts. By implementing these improvements, we aim to make Kohaku more versatile and capable of handling different coconut conditions, making it even more valuable to farmers dealing with varying harvesting conditions. And the sixth one, integration with other coconut processing stages. Exploring ways to connect Kohaku with post-dehusking processes like husk utilization and coconut meat extraction. And the seventh one, partnership with agricultural institutions. Collaborating with government agencies and industry stakeholders for system adoption, training, and potential funding. And the last one, which is the automated maintenance notification.
Okay, time is up. Thank you very much, Adrales et al. Wala ba kayong mga kamay dyan? Ayun, thank you very much. So I would like to request the researchers. Forward pa please, center. Forward pa. Ayun, forward. Ayun. And I'll be giving the floor po to our panel of judges for the Q&A portion.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you all for a successful presentation. My question only is, did you, prior to the, my question only
Baba
is,
na lang kayo. Baba na lang kayo.
okay, good afternoon. My question only is, did you conduct a prior study assessing how fast is the manual labor of the husking is concerned in comparison to your model?
Actually po, we base on the previous studies, which is the machine with the implementation of Pi. So basically, we don't have testing comparing how fast the manual dehusking to our machine. But we include it in our recommendation to the future researcher to conduct a comparison between manual and our system.
Okay. So in your findings, you mentioned that there is a limited capacity. No? What's the exact capacity as far as the ability of your machine to process yung dehusking per minute or whatever is your measure?
So apparently, our machine is since it is only a prototype. So the only thing it can do for now is one load at a time. So one coconut per load. So that's why we include it in our recommendation to improve our dehusking mechanism, or widen the dehusking mechanism, so you can load at least 2 or more coconuts at the same time.
In terms of how fast it is able to process, have you conducted a study or have you included that in your study? How fast is your prototype is able to process a coconut husk, for example?
In our study, compared to manual, we have 60 to 70 per hour, while our machine 300 per hour. Yes po.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much po.
Okay, I think we can still cater one more question pa po.
Okay, good afternoon. So from the perspective of an IT, okay, so what platform you use in your system?
So we use in our hardware, we use Arduino IDE where we're using Arduino IDE. Then in our mobile application, we're using Flutter and Dart. So that's our only system we use.
Okay, so you have shown a while ago about the user login. So is your system a multi-user?
Yes, sir. We're using a Firebase database that can register multiple users, sir.
Okay, so what if 2 users or 3 users log in at the same time with only one machine? What will happen?
We didn't anticipate that, sir, but but the functionality itself, sir, is one at a time, sir. So
One at a
if
time.
this user press off functionality, then the other user will automatically show
on status on their app, sir.
Okay. So actually, I have a lot of recommendations or comments supposed to be, but upon seeing the recommendations you have shown a while ago, it was all there.
Yes,
So, but still, congratulations on presenting your research. Thank you.
Okay. Do we still have time pa ba, Leo? Wala na? Okay, so thank you very much and congratulations, Adrales et al. With your research paper, Kohako, Automated Prototype System for Coconut Dehusking and Segregation Integrated with Mobile Application.
Alright, now, let's not keep you waiting as we will proceed to our next research presenter. Ayan. From the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program, we have Haspe et al. With the research title, Assessing the Level of Mental Health Literacy Among College Students of the Tertiary Education Institution in Tagum City, Basis for Intervention Plan. So again, please, if they are presenting during the oral presentation, please be silent and listen attentively. And to our research presenter as well, you are only given 12 minutes to present your study. Alright, may I request our tech team to please help facilitate the material. Alright, here it is. So once again, let's give a warm round of applause to Haspe et al.
Sound check, sound check. In a world where information is at our fingertips and health literacy is at an utmost high, there remains to be a quiet yet profound challenge. It is understanding our own minds. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Zildjian Q. Haspe from the College of Nursing. Together with my co-authors, I am going to present our research study entitled Assessing the Level of Mental Health Literacy Among College Students of a Tertiary Education Institution in Tagum City, a basis for intervention plan. Now, mental health literacy is a concept developed by JORM as an extension of the health literacy. It is the ability to recognize, to know, and certain attitudes possessing mental health disorders. Now, what is the problem? College students are experiencing poor mental health literacy due to stress, as well as difficulty in managing mental health issues. Students who are enrolled in college but lack emotional literacy tend to be the main cause of this problem. On our global setting, undergraduate students in Vietnam have relatively low mental health literacy, with only 32% out of 350 students able to correctly identify depression in a vignette, and many would say that it would require hospital admission. According to Ganesen 2020, mental health seems to be a problem in both the developed and the developing countries. In the Philippines, certain terms like sinto-sinto, baliw, may sayad seems to be a common stigma concerning mental health. According to the data from the World Health Organization Special Initiative for Mental Health, from the years 1990 up to 2019, there seems to be a rise in mental health issues, accounting to 7.5%, and it totals to 7.5 to 12.5 million Filipinos being diagnosed yearly. This was pre-pandemic. How about post-pandemic? In our local chapter, the Philippine Mental Health Association Davao chapter records a rise in suicides in Davao City and nearby areas, with 53 cases in 2022 and 26 more in 2023. with the ages 13 to 71. With those data that are being mentioned, there requires a need to enhance the mental health literacy, not just by the students, but society in general. Now, what is the relevance of our study? The relevance of our study seems to talk about, this would raise awareness on the impact of having a healthy mental health literacy. Aside from that, this will be a basis for the researchers to craft an intervention plan to further strengthen mental health literacy across these demographics and boost individuals' ability to bounce back from mental health issues. This seems to answer the following research questions. What is the demographic profile of our respondents in terms of gender, year level, and degree program? Next is, what is the level of mental health literacy when analyzed according to the different indicators, which is recognition, knowledge, and attitude? Apart from that, is there a significant difference in the level of mental health literacy when analyzed according to gender, year level, and degree program? And last but not the least, what intervention plans can be created using the results of our study? Next to that, this research study is backed up by the theory of health belief model. Health belief model, by increasing perceived susceptibility and decreasing perceived barriers, mental health literacy can empower individuals to recognize mental health issues early, seek help, and engage in preventive actions. For our conceptual framework, first, we have gathered the demographic profile of our respondents. Then, we would determine the level of mental health literacy. After doing that, we would craft our intervention plan based on the findings of our study. Now, for our methods, research design, we have employed a quantitative with a descriptive comparative design. For our research respondents, 317 respondents from the different tertiary education programs are being gathered using the stratified random sampling. Aside from that, our research instrument, we have adapted the mental health literacy scale by O'Connor and Cassie, which aims to record or which aims to evaluate a respondent's recognition, knowledge, and attitude regarding mental health. And aside from that, statistical treatment, we've included frequency and percentage, mean of sum, independent t-test, and one-way ANOVA. For our data gathering procedure, seeking permission, seeking consent, administration of questionnaires, checking, collating, and processing of data. Moving on to the results and discussions, this seems to answer question number 1, what is the demographic profile of our respondents when analyzed according to gender, year level, and degree program? With 317 of our respondents, these are divided into different degree programs, different year levels, and different gender. For our results, what is the level of mental health literacy in terms of the different indicators? First is the recognition, next is knowledge and attitude. With the lowest score of 1 and with the highest score of 5, the level of mental health literacy in terms of recognition is 4.06, equating to high, meaning that the ability of our respondents to recognize certain disorder like depression, social anxiety, it is there. For our level of mental health literacy when terms of knowledge, when talking about knowledge, it is about knowing where, when, who to seek help. The results of 3.14, indicating a moderate results, meaning that they are not knowledgeable enough, but they are not also less knowledgeable. For our attitude, attitude pertains to an individual's perception regarding mental health and regarding people around them with mental health disorders. It has a total mean score of 3.18, indicating a moderate result. Now, what does this imply? In the summary of the level of mental health literacy of the 317 respondents, we had a total of 3.46, indicating that there is a high level of mental health literacy among the college students of a tertiary education institution in Tagum City. Now, despite the result of the level of mental health literacy, which is high, when analyzed according to the different demographic profile, which is gender, year level, and degree program, there is a significant difference in the level of mental health literacy when analyzed according to gender, year level, and degree program. This means to say that on our respondents, they have different viewpoints, they have different understanding on the level of mental health literacy. Now, as I said earlier, the level of mental health literacy among our respondents is high. But when analyzed according to the individual questions in our questionnaire, there are some items that indicates a low and moderate scores. For example, I am confident where to seek information about mental illness. It has a descriptive equivalent of moderate, meaning that they possess knowledge but they don't have the extent to extend it further. Aside from that, in general, in the Philippines, men are more likely to experience an anxiety disorder compared to women. There seems to be a bias regarding gender when it comes to mental health in the Philippines. And other questions regarding mental health that has gotten a moderate and low score. Now, what can we get from this? What is the implication? This next slide seems to answer our question number 4, which is what intervention program can be created using the results of our studies. So our intervention plan, as you can see, it is divided into 3. Kamay ng Karamay, a stigma reduction training symposium, the Wellness Wall, which is a mental health board, and Headscape Heroes, easy-to-read comics. On first glance, you can say that it's pretty basic. It's there. We have already conducted it. But what seems to be the importance of conducting this intervention plan? First is the Kamay ng Karamay, a stigma reduction training symposium. Many of us would know that a symposium means very informative. But ang Kamay ng Karamay is a different symposium because this would be a simulation symposium aiming to discover what to do, where to seek help, who to seek help to when encountering a person with a mental health disorder. Next is the Wellness Wall Mental Health Board. Among the mental health board in the school, there has been no citing of a mental health board. Now, what is the significance of this? The Wellness Wall can be an avenue for students who are afraid to speak up. The mental health board can contain information regarding who to call for help, with the different hotlines, with the different peer facilitators or volunteers to offer help, to offer guidance, to offer comfort during trying times. And last but not the least is Headscape Heroes, easy-to-read comics. When we study about mental health, there seems to be a problem with the basic concept of it. But with Headscape Heroes, you will not just learn, but you will be entertained using the creative graphics that we can create using this. And this aims to debunk stigma regarding mental health disorders. This can be present on the mental health board. This can be present in the guidance office. This can be present on social media. Now, with those intervention plan, with our research study, we have had our recommendations. I have implemented the word mental, meaning, letter M, mental health literacy among undergraduates can be enhanced through efforts by the concerned office. Educational institution can gain insights into mental health literacy levels among college students through this study. New insights from the findings can administrators in creating a healthier, inclusive, and socially transformative environment for students. Letter T, the intervention plan could be applied by future researchers. A study like this may guide future researchers on health literacy levels. And last but not the least, legible copies of the study's results can be printed by the researchers and be provided to the institution. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that when we talk about mental health literacy, it's not just a simple concept, but it is as important as washing our hands, a key to a more safe, more socially inclusive environment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Zildjian Q. Aspe, saying good afternoon, and it's a wonderful day to save lives. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the very comprehensive presentation, Zildjian. And now, I'm going to give the floor to our panel of judges for their question and answer portion.
Okay, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon po, sir.
Are you the lone presenter?
No po. Actually, we are a 5-member group po, sir.
Where are they?
Po?
Where are they?
They're undergoing their OJTs as of this moment po, sir. I am the only representative in this stage po.
They have not mistaken represent the group. With you presenting your paper, congratulations. So it seems that you presented it seamlessly. However, there are also some clarifications that I would like to raise now for you to give answer on this one. So based on the question or the problem raised in your study, you have mentioned there or included the comparison as to the different moderators, should I say, your level and the likes. I think there are 3 classification. What I mean there is that you intended to, or you did analysis on the mental health of your respondents.
Yes,
and analyzing them based on the different categories.
Yes po, sir.
Okay. So, in light of the findings of the study, in what part of your intervention this research question is answered?
It can be answered on the research question number 4 po, sir. In what intervention plan can be crafted based on the findings of the study?
Okay, so I just would like to make some clarification. Again, you have here there number 3, I think.
Yes.
What is this? Is there a significant difference on the level of perception, level of mental health, di ba?
Yes.
As analyzed according to your level, age, if I'm not mistaken. So how does the result of that particular question applied in the formulation of your intervention?
Ooh, yeah, I get it now po, sir. So, based on whether or not there is a significant difference in the level of mental health literacy when analyzed on our 3 indicators, which is gender, year level, and degree program, our intervention plan po aims to cover the entirety of those demographic profile. It is a general plan po on addressing the significant difference between the level of mental health literacy po. So
Okay.
say for example, I would like to have an example po, sir. Say for example po, sir, on our stigma reduction training symposium, not only does it being informative, but also it incorporates the certain findings on our study. Because on our study po, sir, the females tend to have higher mental health literacy compared to males, with males, due to stigma, are not even that open and raising questions. With the stigma reduction training symposium po, we can address these problems by making sure that it has also been emphasized, because it is a simulation training. We can incorporate males to be more open, females to be more considerate, and vice versa.
Okay, so I'm good with that justification because I can't observe that one in the presentation. It's more of the general perspective. Now, in addition to that one, in the implementation of your intervention program, okay, how will you select? Is this selective in process or this is true to all?
True to all po, sir.
Even those
Yes,
who are
sir.
not experiencing mental health problems.
Yes, sir. Because I believe that just because there is no presence of a problem does not mean it's not there. I believe po, sir, that this is true to all students, not just students, but also faculty members. Because by addressing mental health literacy, we are able to end stigma. And this is not just applicable on a certain demographic, but this applies to society in general. Not just inside the school, but this can also be applied outside of the school po.
Okay, I hope that you will be successful in implementing this one because this is really a good avenue for everybody experiencing mental health problems to be, if not addressed totally, at least ma-minimize yung problem. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you so much for that, sir. Now we will move on to our last question from our panel of judges.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, as a nurse, actually, I will commend you with your study.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I don't have any question. I just wanted to have a reaction because among the intervention plan you mentioned, it is more of expressing their feelings. Somehow addressing academic institutions, pedagogical strategies, modalities. Perhaps we can also involve the faculty that they will also serve as somebody who will make mental health part of the pedagogy or something like whole person education, not only building the cognitive side, affective side, but also the totality of a person. So hopefully it will be considered with the intervention plans about the inculcating some factors on whole person education to address mental health.
Yes po, sir. Thank you so much. Actually po, sir, in our research paper, we included in the benefits of our study the faculty members by addressing certain mental health issues or addressing mental health issues in general. Faculty members of a certain institution would be more open on handling their students, would be able to adjust and be able to help with the needs of their students po, sir.
Yes, congratulations.
All right, thank you so much,
sir. Thank you,
and
everyone.
congratulations. Truly, mental health matters.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Sam. So at this point in time, okay pa ba kayo dyan? Okay. So at this point in time, let us somehow proceed with a representative coming from the Bachelor of Science in Criminology. We have Tenorio et al. With the research paper Perceive Personal Safety as Predictor of Anxiety Levels Among Residents in Tagum City. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Research is more than just an academic requirement. It is a pillar of knowledge, shaping policies, enhancing law enforcement strategies, and strengthening the justice system. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lerizadel Tenorio with my buddies, Chario Peña, Cuarteros Kent Lloyd, and Recones Kiara Bianca, with our title, Perceive Personal Safety as Predictor of Anxiety Levels Among Residents in Tagum City. Starting off with the background of the study.
So for the background of the study in global setting, in the United States, a study highlighted that cities like Chicago struggle with high levels of gun violence, leading to widespread fear and anxiety among residents, particularly vulnerable population. This is according to Smith and Doe 2019.
Okay, while we are fixing, I would like to ask muna our research presenters, how are you today po? Ayan.
Okay lang po, sir. We're okay po.
We're okay. How is okay po?
Okay na medyo cool ba?
Cool ba? Kaway-kaway naman dyan sa inyong classmates.
Hi!
Paki-shoutout po ng BS Criminology.
Shout out sa inyo.
Yun. We are still fixing pa po. Okay. Perks of having live show po tayo, our dear audience. Okay, then while waiting, no, I would like to call in as well the presence of the representative coming from the Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management to kindly prepare your materials as well. Thank you very much. And as well as representatives coming from the Bachelor of Science in Tourism Management. Kindly prepare as well your materials here. Thank you.
Technical difficulty. So let's move on to our next research presenter. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes or no? Okay, so we will now proceed first to the Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management. Alright, and after the Hospitality Management, we will go back again to the Bachelor of Science in Criminology program. So may I call in the representative from the Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management. We have Lampano et al. With the research titled Exploring the Lutong Poho Practices from the Accounts of Modern Cooks. Again, to our research presenter, you have 12 minutes to present your research study, and for the question and answer portion would be 6 minutes time. And may I request also the students who are present here to please remain silent and listen to the oral presentation by our research presenters. The perks of having live broadcast. So say hello. I'm gonna shout out also to our live viewers. I guess we are live at Facebook page. So hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So hello. Familiar masyado? Introducing Mr. Franz. How are you today? And how are you feeling right now? Kumusta, Marianista?
Hello, kumusta Marianista? Praise be Jesus and Mary. So thank you so much for kumustahan. I'm really overwhelmed and I'm nervous at the moment, but I believe that I can conquer it all.
Oh, indeed, you can conquer everything with the help of God. Second is
my family.
Hi! No, my family. After sa family, we have ano pa? Sino pa yung mga inspiration natin behind?
Of course, the school for giving me the opportunity to be here, diba? So, thank you as well to our program head for choosing me as the representative. And shout out to my mom and dad. Hey, I'm live.
Wow! Yes, you are alive actually here, live at St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, no? So, yes, indeed. Feel na ho kay Murag ano siya no kanang feel na ho kay very prepared magod kaayo mo nang need pag time to settle down. And sige, what were your preparations na lang prior to this research conference? I know this is not an easy task. No, it requires a lot of preparation. So what did you do pala, Franz?
Actually, I just prepared my own script, and because I'm not that very well spoken in front of the stage. Disclaimer lang. And also, I'd like to emphasize as well that our collective efforts together with my co-authors are, personally self-proclaimed commendable.
Yes.
Okay, we have achieved so much from data gathering and to, going bound for hardbound na. So,
Yes.
ganon.
Because no hardbound, no graduate.
Graduate.
So, paningkamutan dyan na maka-hardbound lahat ng mga graduating students. No? So, dili sa mag-happy-happy if wala pang hardbound.
Yes, of course, indeed. Mo nang, guys, apas-apas na kahapit ng graduation.
Yes, not,
Wala
man,
ka ba-
catch
host
up.
na? Host na.
Host na tayo actually.
Yes, partner.
Yes, actually, we are, having, hapit na dyan na siya. No, I can feel the energy. No? And I guess this is just the perfect time naman na to give our judges a little bit of break. Because I know, very information overload na yung mga judges natin. So please, sir, you can take your snacks, drink water, stay hydrated. Oh,
Yes,
indeed. Nahugdan ako mga ad-lib friends.
Of course, students, you may also view the posters diba,
yes.
sa likod para mas ma-understand to kung unsa ang mga studies all about. Diba?
I have seen a glimpse of the poster, the abstracts itself. It's very comprehensive, insightful, and very creative ang mga research presenters natin.
And good job, guys. Good job to us. Palakpakan naman natin ang mga sarili natin.
Yes, actually, a little bit of my sharing na lang din. Last year, ako yung nagpre-present.
Yes.
Oo.
Ngayon, ikaw na yung host.
Ay, ako na yung host. No, so way back I was in 4th year, ako rin yung representative. And thank God we won as well sa aming mga abstract and then the presentation.
Congratulations.
So hopefully manifesting
sa lahat.
Sa lahat. Of course.
Sa lahat.
Hindi lang sa'yo.
Of course.
Sige. Okay na ba tayo dyan? Tech team? Or we still have to have, a short break na lang muna? Let's have our intermission number. Coming from Gabrielle Kuan, are you around? Is Gabrielle Kuan is around? Right, I guess we are still fixing everything to have a smooth flow of activities this afternoon. So I'm very sorry for this, technical difficulties because that's the reality of a live show. But still, it's a great show. It's a great opportunity. It's a great platform to enjoy and to learn as well. Because as researchers, as future researchers, sino ba yung mga third year natin? Third year students, may I know? Hands up daw. Ang dili mo hands up kay dili makabot ang 4th year.
Ayaw lang.
Okay, diba? So, ayan. So, kayo na din, mag-represent next year. Manifesting tayo. Alright, to give us a very short moment to relax, let's all welcome an intermission number to be given by Mr. Gabriel Kuan, a BSE Ed 3 student. Let's all give him a round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Check. Next. Mula sa simple na pasuyap, so papansin sa'yo. Umabot sa palitan ng mga mensahe, nakilig ako. Tapos na kahit na hello hanggang umaga. Ingat ka, pahinga, huwag kang masyadong magpupuyat pa. Naramdaman ang puso na dahan-dahan nakukulog sa'yo. Sa kada araw natin na pag-uusap, pero nang namumuo, ngunit di ko na alam kung ano patutunguhan. Ang hindi ko lang naman na ito ang naramdaman. Mapapigyan at na mapakinggan, mapagbigyan ang tibok ng puso. Sana naramdaman mo tunay na kaligayahan. Sana naman mapagbigyan ang tibok ng puso. Ngunit biglang katahimikan, wala namang matandaan na nasabi baka sakali kay aking pagbigyan. Bigla na namang ika'y di na parang na ako ba'y pinagsawaan o may ginagawa. Sabihin ang totoo upang di naman ito saan balungan. Ngunit di ko na alam kung ano patutunguhan. Ang hiling ko lang naman na ito ang naramdaman. Sana naman mapapigyan at mapapasaya, mapapigyan at ibot ang puso. Naramdaman tunay na kaligayahan. Sana naman mapapigyan at ibot ang puso. Oh no, sana'y huwag na patagalin, aminin na rin lalaman ng damdamin. Sana'y sabihin na sa'kin ang tunay na pag-ibig. Sana ikaw rin, ikaw rin.
for that very, ano ba, sweet and a lovely performance coming from Gabriel, quite a very talented student from the Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education. So kaway-kaway mga third-year students. While performing, I can see girls na grabe kakilig na sa lingkuranan ba. No? Kisay pang kilig ng mga girls. Alright. Sige. Okay, I guess, no, before we will move on to our next set of presenters, I would like to thank everyone who made this event or conference possible, especially to our Research and Publication Center, to our Research Director headed by Dr. Neil Ryan Biado, LPT, to our Research Associate Dr. Daphne Legaspino, LPT, and of course, to all our research instructors, to our tertiary education program heads who are present here. Hello po, ma'am and sir, and also to our tertiary education faculty and students. Yan, so we are still waiting talaga. Yes, we are live and alive. So we are bound to have set of presenters. So now let's have a little bit of ano na lang sir, attendance check na lang muna tayo based on our attendance dito. Because I believe that this is a part of your signing of clearance, I believe, no? So you are really required to be present and listen to our research presenter. So, let's start, sermon.
Okay. Clap once. Luya man. Clap once. Twice. Hep, hep. Magpapatalo ba ang ating students coming from the Bachelor of Elementary Education? Where are you?
Alam, murag luya
Hala, asa
sila,
naman ni
sir.
sila? Agad si Ma'am Juvie naman ang nitingog karon.
Si Ma'am Juvie
Si
ang
Ma'am
representative
Juvie.
sa BEd.
Okay, ayun. Yes, Ma'am Sam?
Alright, how about the Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education? Oh, wow!
Okay. And magpapatalo ba ang ating Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering? Ayan, thank you.
Nasa bleachers sila. Now, let's move on to our students from Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. Where are our ComSci students? Ay, ano ba, sweet and small circle lang sila but very attentive pa rin.
Okay, magpapatalo din ba ang ating Bachelor of Science in Nursing? Ayun, ang rami nila, Ma'am Sam, no?
Yes,
Jump
and
shot?
very neat and clean. No, I like it. How about the students coming from the Bachelor of Science in Criminology program? Sige daw, be. Usabo na to. Bachelor of Science in Criminology program.
How about our students coming from the Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management? Asa naman ta? Bitaw.
Alright, so we have here our HM students. How about from, of course, walay pagduha-duha, Bachelor of Science in Tourism Management program. I can see here, no, my fourth year babies.
Okay. And magpapatalo din ba ang ating Bachelor of Science in Business Administration? Together with their program head, Ma'am Adele.
Yes,
Ayun.
very supportive as well. Ayan, and last but certainly not the least, where are our students from the Bachelor of Science in Accountancy? Hala, murag naluya naman sila, sir.
Hala, dili magluya-luya.
Dili magluya-luya, no? Ikaw mo ba ang last but certainly not the least na mag-present later on? Because after criminology, we will have hospitality management and then tourism management, Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, and then accountancy. So, 2, 4, 5 presenters left. So I hope Now, our judges are still okay pa? Laban lang po, ma'am and sir. I guess, habit na dyan. Okay na siya, sir.
Okay na, Jud. Ayun.
Yes, indeed, finally! Now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to our presenter from the Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management. We have Lampano et al. With a research titled Exploring the Lutong Buho Practices from the Accounts of Modern Cooks. A round of applause, please.
Praise be Jesus and Mary. My name is Francis Joseph Lampano and I am honored to present our paper titled Exploring the Lutong Buho Practices from the Accounts of Modern Cooks. So bamboo is fundamentally the pressure cooker of the forest. It has played a vital role in culinary traditions across various cultures for centuries and has come a long way since its early days as a simple cooking and serving tool. A good case in point is lutong buho, or cooking in bamboo hollows or combs, which involves cooking food inside bamboo and examines its revival and transformation in modern culinary practices. Traditionally, according to Wayod et al. 2017, it is rotated regularly to ensure the dish is cooked evenly and to maintain its flavor, texture, taste, and quality. However, challenges such as difficulty in controlling heat or temperature, moisture retention, availability and quality of bamboo, and longer cooking time threatened its continuity. In Indonesia, In Indonesia, cooking lemang or rice bamboo faces many drawbacks. Thank you. Many drawbacks. Next po. Ay, hindi siya Okay, so according to Wayod et al. 2017, so these are the drawbacks that they have found. Extended cooking times, inconsistent product quality, challenges in heat control, and also, according to Jofreda et al. 2021, it requires a longer cooking time, around 3 to 4 hours. And if unmonitored, the bamboo can easily catch fire. In the Philippines, bamboo cooking is indeed a cherished tradition and Filipino culinary heritage with roots that stretch back through centuries. However, next. according to Filipino Food Finder 2023, the loss of traditional recipes and ingredients, moisture retention, changing tastes and preferences, and time-consuming cooking methods are the problems. And of course, according to Sagcal 2022 in Zambales, it faces cultural shifts and adaptations of some foreign cooking cultures. In Libay-Libay, Mako, Davao de Oro, the practice of lutong buho or liurot in the local language remains a part of daily life for Mansaka tribe. During our preliminary interview, the researchers discovered that sorry for the technical issues, panelists. So let's continue. For Davao de Oro, product quality issues, challenges in heat control, moisture retention, availability of quality bamboo, cooking times, and difficulties in sourcing the appropriate type of bamboo are the problems. Meanwhile, several studies have been conducted on lutong buho practices. Considering the study by Wyatt et al. 2017, the research focused on the lemang rice or bamboo rice dish and highlighted the associated problems indicated or mentioned above. However, there are few publications and a lack of information on the internet related to the practice of lutong buho, and there is no documentation or literature yet exploring lutong buho practices from accounts of modern cooks, especially here in Tagum City. Additionally, all studies related to lutong buho found online have focused solely on rice-based dishes and not on other types of dishes. So for the relevance of the study, to overcome these gaps, it is necessary to provide new insights and perspectives that are crucial for addressing the specific circumstances mentioned above. Based on this study, modern cooks, the city's Department of Tourism, and future researchers can leverage this data to develop diverse strategies for addressing existing challenges. Furthermore, they can use this research as a foundation for documenting similar topics within the researcher's local context, assessing the current state of research related to the specific problem under lutong buho. Ultimately, this study highlights the need to address the lack of pre-existing literature and underscores the importance of these research efforts as the researchers explore the different accounts of modern cooks on lutong buho practice. Furthermore, conducting this research study is crucial because it can provide hospitality educators with critical insights into historical cooking methods and their associated history. Additionally, the Office of the City Tourism of Tagum City or in Davao del Norte could use the information from this study for additional documentation, especially since no existing information has been found. This study was hinged on social-cultural practice theory by Sachsky 1996 and on the modern theory of Nob 2003. For our research question, the first question was, what recipes are usually cooked through lutong buho? The second one is, what modern touch infused in the lutong buho practices? The third one is, what are the difficulties in practicing the lutong buho practices? And fourth, how do the participants address the challenges in practicing the lutong buho? And lastly, how is the lutong buho practice important to the participants? For our research design, this study utilized a generic qualitative approach to explore, investigate, and understand the narratives of modern cooks who have been engaged in lutong buho practices in Davao de Oro. For our research instrument, this study utilized purposive sampling as the method for selecting participants. For the research participants, these are the the criteria for selecting the participants. He or she must be a cook who practices lutong buho at present, must have engaged in the practice of lutong buho for the minimum duration of 1 year, must not be a member of any indigenous communities or indigenous peoples, and lastly, must have reached the legal age at least 18 years old. For our data collection, first we seek communication. And informed. Next is informed, consent formed. Next is we do our conduct of the study through in-depth interview and focus group discussion. Next is transcribe, translate, and data management. Next is coding, thematic analysis, clustering, and lastly, the result of the study. For our results and discussions, here are the results and discussions of the study. After analyzing the results gathered from the participants, there were 4 major themes generated from the data collected in our research question number 1. Mastering meat-based techniques, utilizing non-meat dishes, preserving traditional cooking practices, and lastly, creating flavor-packed dishes. So meat-based recipes have been a fundamental aspect of lutong buho since ancient time, reflecting the lifestyle of older generations who engage in hunting and readily transformed their catches into nutritious, flavorful dishes. Lutong buho, or cooking inside bamboo, is a traditional cooking method in the Philippines, and this method involves placing ingredients such as glutinous rice, sweet potatoes, durian inside bamboo, which are then cooked in an open fire. Then because the bamboo imparts a unique smoky flavor to the ingredients, which also enhance the natural taste. There were 2 significant major themes and core ideas on the modern touch infused in lutong buho practices from the accounts of modern cooks in terms of integration of technological innovation and the use of alternative flavor enhancer. The interviews reveal a clear shift from traditional bamboo cooking to contemporary methods utilizing ovens and gas stoves, which mirrors the global movement toward kitchen modernization. And the participants' answers highlight how modern appliances have significantly reduced cooking time and simplified the preparation process. On the other hand, there were 5 significant themes from the major themes and core ideas on the challenges faced by the different accounts of modern cooks in practicing lutong buho. And these are difficulties in using bamboo as cooking tool, unhealthy practices due to additives, issues with traditional cooking methods, imbalances in food taste and shelf life, and environmental disruption. After analyzing the method and techniques, these are the strategies of modern cooks for addressing the challenges. Ways of improving taste, integrating technology and resourcefulness for hassle-free process, cultivate positive qualities and right mindset. And lastly, the importance of lutong buho to modern cooks, keeping and continuing the tradition, employing more efficient ways of cooking, conducting research and seeking expert advice. Over the past months, we have dedicated our collective efforts to investigating the traditional Filipino cooking method, lutong buho, and how it has been adapted and embraced by modern cooks. For the implication of the study, so hospitality practitioner can work with modern cooks, and hospitality management professors can incorporate indigenous foodways like lutong buho in their curricula, equipping students with knowledge on culinary diversity, sustainability, and the integration of traditional techniques in modern hospitality. Also, local government units and municipality tourism office can use this study to promote culinary tourism through lutong buho. Local businesses and culinary entrepreneurs can leverage lutong buho cooking techniques to innovate and create unique dishes that they can offer in their restaurants and other establishments. And lastly, for future researchers, they can explore the adaptation of traditional culinary practices like lutong buho in contemporary settings. It is high time to appreciate our own to acknowledge our own, and to love our own. That's why we conducted this study. To achieve this, we must learn something from our culinary history to understand and investigate the narratives of people who practices lutong buho. Before ending my presentation, allow me to leave a quote. Recognizing that food is more than sustenance. It is an expression of culture, heritage, and creativity. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Lampano et al. Coming from the Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management. Now I'll be giving the floor to our panel of judges for the Q&A portion.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Mabuhay and madayaw, everyone.
Yes, sir. And praise be Jesus and Mary.
Now and forever, sir.
So I would like to commend your group for having that study, because that is also something that the Department of Health, or Department of Tourism, Regional Office 11 would like to emphasize, to have cultural aspects of promoting culture and tourism in the Davao region. And it's just that this is not a question, but somehow a reaction. And somehow, with the study that you do, are there areas? There are areas in Davao de Oro having the lutong buho because of their tribal practices. But then, in your respondents, not all of them are part of the tribal community.
Part of the
Yes.
indigenous community.
So perhaps there will be more impact if ever those who are going to practice lutong buho will be part of the community, because it is going to help them to be more known and somehow to put in some modern ways of cooking, because in that way the cultural heritage will still be highlighted, in which that is also part of the Davao Department of Tourism's thrust to promote culture in tourism.
Sir, can I emphasize that, sir? During our title defense, our participants are the community, part of the indigenous community. However, according to our panelists, one of our panelists, he emphasized that with the given duration of time, we only have probably 8 months to conduct this study. He emphasized that it needs years to observe the community, especially that we are going to have a certification from the National Commission of Indigenous People to allow us delve into the narratives of the people that is part of the indigenous community. Actually, sir, I am sad at that moment, because it feels like if we know about the culinary heritage of that specific tribe, we will know the distinction of the lutong buho compared to other countries and where it originates. So that's why for the parang safe, sir, we chose and we apply the modern cooks as our participants.
Yes, still congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we have another question pa po?
Hello, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, in spite and despite of the technicalities that you have experienced, but still you are standing and continue presenting your paper.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There has been a maxim that says, if the data gathering procedure is questionable, the results could automatically be doubtful. My question is aligned to that maxims. When you conduct your study, what ethical consideration did you take into account during your research? That's number one. Number two, how did you ensure the protection of the participants' rights and confidentiality?
So in our informed consent form, sir, it is stated that we, the researcher, must emphasize justice, integrity, and honesty in conducting our research. And it is really important to also highlight that it's because it's far from the school kasi, sir, because it's in Maragusan and Mako. So we went there to investigate and know the narratives of the research, the participants. And to answer the second question, sir, can you repeat the second question, sir?
How did you ensure the protection of participants' rights and confidentiality?
Of course, sir, it is already here in SMC that we provide a data privacy to any of our respondents. And of course, we also ensure that this information will not be spread. Their information, especially their names and contact numbers, will not be spread around the internet or even here at school, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, time is up. So thank you very much, Doc, for giving
you,
your
sir.
question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much as well to Lampano et al. Wala ba kayong mga kamay dyan? Ayan. So at this point in time, I would like again to request the presence of the representative coming from the Bachelor of Science in Criminology with their research paper, Perceived Personal Safety as Predictor of Anxiety Levels Among Residents in Tagum City. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Research is not just an academic requirement. It is a pillar of knowledge. It is shaping policies and enhancing law enforcement strategies and strengthening justice system. Good afternoon once again. I am Larezalel Tenorio, presenting Perceived Personal Safety as Predictor of Anxiety Levels Among Residents in Tagum City.
So, for the background of the study in global setting, in the United States, the study highlighted that cities like Chicago struggle with high levels of gun violence, leading to widespread fear and anxiety among residents, particularly vulnerable populations. This is according to Smith and Doe 2019. And in the national setting, in the Philippines, a survey conducted by the Social Weather Station 2022 indicated that 50% of Metro Manila residents felt unsafe walking alone at night due to fears of criminal victimization. In the local setting, in Tagum City, which has a crime rate of 40.53, there is a recent media reports documented violent incidents, including the fatal shooting of a traffic management unit officer along Rizal Street, which significantly impacted residents' perception of safety. This further exacerbates feelings of vulnerability, particularly regarding personal safety when walking alone at night. The study explores the critical relationship between perceived safety and anxiety levels in Tagum City, highlighting the urgent need for research in this area due to recent violent incidents that have heightened residents' feelings of insecurity. Factors influencing perception of safety are examined, revealing that subjective feelings of safety significantly impact mental health, particularly in urban environments. The findings indicate that cities worldwide, including Tagum, are grappling with rising anxiety linked to crime rates, which disproportionately affect vulnerable populations.
Next, we have here a statement of the problem. We have 6 items. First, what is the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of age, gender, and barangay? Second, what is the extent of perceived safety among the residents in Tagum City in terms of home, the busy public, and the isolated public? Third, what is the level of anxiety among the residents in Tagum City? Next, please. Fourth, is there a significant difference in the perceived safety and anxiety levels when analyzed according to age, gender, and barangay? Fifth, is there a significant relationship between perceived safety and anxiety levels among residents in Tagum City? Lastly, does perceived safety significantly influence anxiety among the residents in Tagum City? Next, we have here the theoretical and conceptual framework. So our study was utilized with the broken window theory by Wilson and Kelling in 1982 and the prospect refuge theory by Appleton in 1970. So the broken windows theory posits that visible indicators of disorder and neglect within an environment such as broken windows, gravity, and littering can participate heightened levels of fear and anxiety among residents and passers-by, while the prospect refuge theory examines the innate human propensity to seek environments that simultaneously afford an unimpeded opportunity for observation, that means to prospect, and a sense of security or shelter from potential threats, that would be the refuge. And here is our conceptual framework from the levels of perceived personal safety as our independent variable with indicators of home, the busy public, and the isolated public, and the dependent variable of anxiety levels among residents, along with its demographic profile according to age, gender, and barangay.
For the methods on our research design, we adopted descriptive correlative, and our research respondents would be the resident of Tagum City, which consists of 6 selected barangays. In our sampling technique, we have the multi-stage sampling Rousseau calculator with sample size of 384, and the means of recruitment would be is the face-to-face interview to administer survey questionnaires.
Next, the research instrument. We've used 2 instruments or tools. That would be the Safety Rating Scale, or the SRS. It measures the perceived personal safety in the home, the busy public, and isolated public, demonstrating the strong internal consistency with an overall Cronbach's alpha of 0.9921. And the Generalized Anxiety Disorder 7, or GAD-7, is a reliable self-assessment tool for anxiety severity with a Cronbach alpha of 0.855.
Data gathering procedure. The methodology consists of 2 phases. First, respondents from various areas of Tagum City are selected through stratified sampling to complete a questionnaire on anxiety and perceived safety. Researchers obtain the necessary approvals and ensured ethical compliance and data privacy. Face-to-face interaction were held to explain the study and collect explicit consent via informed consent forms, and questionnaires were administered in person, giving participants time to complete them at their convenience. The collected data was organized and processed immediately for statistical analysis, with the findings reviewed for interpretation.
Next, the statistical treatment of data. We only use the frequency and percentage for research question number 1, the mean for research question number 2, and research question number 3. And the standard deviation for research question number 2, the Pearson R for research question number 5, and linear regression for research question number 6.
In our ethical considerations, the study prioritized the well-being and security of residents in barangays of Tagum City by adhering the ethical principles. Anonymity and confidentiality were ensured, with all data securely managed in compliance with the Data Privacy Act, or RA 10173. Findings were shared publicly through various platforms to inform policies and community programs. Informed consent was obtained, and respondents were assured of their right to withdraw from the study at any time without penalty. Privacy and confidentiality were maintained. Objectivity was maintained in respondents' selection to ensure fair treatment and eliminate bias. And lastly, community involvement was fostered through collaboration with local leaders and stakeholders.
Next, we have here the results and discussions. We have here the demographic profile of respondents in terms of age. We categorize the age from 18 to 25, 26 to 33, 34 to 41, 42 to 49, 50 to 57, and 58 to 65. Next, demographic profile of respondents in terms of gender. We have 2 genders, but still we did include the LGBTQIA+, and the male and female. Lastly, the chart of demographic profile of respondents in terms of barangay. So we chose 5 to 6 barangays, and we hide their names into Barangay A to Barangay F. Next, we have here the Table 1, extent of perceived safety. perceived safety at home. So the residents' perceived safety has a category mean of 4.13 with a descriptive equivalent of extensive. This means that perceived safety at home is manifested often, and the findings reveal that residents often feel safety in the given situation area and the extent of perceived safety at home within Tagum City. So this result indicates a strong sense of safety among residents, particularly in their homes, which is supported by Cohen and Janicki 2021, which they emphasize that a secure home environment significantly contributes to overall mental well-being, highlighting the importance of perceived safety in domestic settings. Next.
So table 2 is the extent of perceived safety in public. The extent of the residents' perceived safety in BC Public has a category mean of 3.50 with a descriptive equivalent of extensive. This means that perceived safety at BC Public is manifestly often. The homogeneity of the responses for this indicator is indicated by the standard deviation of 1.15, and the value suggests that respondents' answers are relatively homogeneous. The findings reveal that the residents are relatively safe in BC public areas, particularly in places like churches, corroborating the findings of Wong and Lee 2023. That suggests that communal spaces often foster a sense of belonging and security, which can mitigate fears associated with public safety.
Table 3, the extent of residents' perceived safety at isolated public with a category meaning of 3.36 with a descriptive equivalent of sometimes. This means that perceived safety is manifested moderately extensive. The perceived safety in isolated public is notably lower, which aligns to the study of Nguyen and Tran, that they argue that feelings of vulnerability is less populated in areas that can significantly impact residents' anxiety levels.
So, for the summary of the findings, the extent of perceived safety among residents of Tagum City has an overall mean of 3.66 with a descriptive equivalent of extensive and a standard deviation of 1.20. The level of anxiety among residents of Tagum City has an overall mean of 2.98 with a descriptive equivalent of moderately extensive standard deviation of 1.25. There is no significant difference in the perceived safety of 0.407 indicates that the null hypothesis is accepted. There is no significant difference in the perceived safety when analyzed according to gender. Based on analysis in terms of gender, the computed p-value of 0.394 indicating the null hypothesis is accepted.
Okay, so next, let's move on to the conclusion. So first, our conclusion of the study is that residents often feel safe in a given situation or area within Tagum City. Residents often feel anxious in the given situation area within Tagum City. Third is residents' perception of safety has no significant difference when analyzed according to age, gender, and barangay. The residents' anxiety level shows no significant differences when analyzed according to age, gender, and barangay. The fifth, there is a weak but significant relationship between anxiety and perceived safety. And lastly, perceived safety can significantly influence anxiety among residents in Tagum City.
So for our recommendations, explore and investigate the relationship between perceived safety and anxiety levels across different demographic groups.
All right, time is up. I'm so sorry to cut you short, but let's proceed to the question and answer portion by our panel of experts.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I know it is not easy to stand in there, present your research outcome. I'd like to make a comment lang siya. Actually, it's not more of a question, but a commentary on the research itself pertaining to the statistical tool that we use. Okay, pertaining to the statistical tools that we use. Kasi for research objective number 2, your presentation noted that you use standard deviation. I'm just curious kasi for the use of standard deviation, we combine the standard deviation with the mean as far as measuring the levels of each of the variables that we have. I'm just curious for number 2, why only standard deviation?
Thank you for your question, sir. We use the standard deviation. We use standard to answer question number 1, which is the question is.
Number 1 was the profile of the respondents, right?
Yes, po.
Yes. So standard deviation was used on that one. Kasi I believe that was question number 2.
Number 1 ba to?
Kasi based on the presentation, for question number 1, you use frequency and percentage, di ba?
Yes po.
And there was no standard deviation presented in that one. So, wala siya nagamit. For here, standard deviation for research question number 2. So, ano na lang siya, I understand, hindi na natin yun siya mabago kasi andan na yan siya eh. So, my suggestion is that you use standard deviation kasi we want to find out manggod siya how focused or scattered are the responses of our respondents as far as our instruments are concerned. So, you have to use yung standard deviation in conjunction with the mean for each of the variables that you have for the independent and the dependent variable. Tama. So dapat yun yung usage or proper usage ng statistical treatment natin. Pangalawa, as far as the conceptual framework, may I ask why did we include the independent variable to be moderated by the demographic profile?
Yes. The independent variable with the indicators of home, the busy public and isolated public, and the demographic profile, it was advised to us by our panels during outline defense. So originally, our conceptual framework was only the independent variable and the dependent variable, but they told us and we revised our conceptual framework to include the demographic profile.
Okay, so, what I meant was that it's okay to have a test of difference as far as your dependent variable is concerned. Kasi we have an independent variable which is the level of perception of personal safety and the anxiety levels is our dependent variable. That said, the independent variable is standalone and it should not be affected by other factors. So if we use moderating variables rather for your independent variable, that no longer makes our independent variable independent kasi it can be affected man good siya by other factors. So dapat this would be more appropriate if the test of difference will be conducted doon sa level of your dependent variable rather than testing it with the independent variable and the dependent variable at the same time. Frankly speaking, if we look at your conceptual framework, it's almost as if your demographic profile is a mediating, nagkakandak tayo ng mediating effect between the correlation of your independent variable and the dependent variable. So if I am going to look at your conceptual framework, I would presume, no, kumbaga at first glance na you are trying to you're trying to find out whether or not those demographic profile mediates the correlation between the independent variable and that of the dependent variable, which should not be the case kasi dapat doon ka lang dapat sa area of improvement lang yun siya. Okay. Yun lang siya. I'd like to give my other colleagues a chance to ask questions. Thank you so much.
All right, we are down to our last question. Yes po. Doc?
Okay, good afternoon and congratulations for presenting your research. Okay, so based on what Sir have said, so di ba yung standard deviation, it is more than one, meaning yung data nyo is parang scattered siya ang mga responses. So yun, enough na tayo dun. So based on your results, there is no significant parang impact yung perceived safety to level of anxiety, tama? So what is now your realization upon completing your research? ano yung na-realize nyo after na wala palang significant na impact yung level of parang safety to the anxiety level of the Tagumeños?
Actually po, there is a significant but weak.
What is your realization now?
Thank you for your question. There is a significant level, but it is weak. So our realization for this result, there are still differences when we test the variables from the levels of anxiety to the residents. There are other respondents or residents that they do feel not safe around Tagum City, but it varies depending on the given situation or area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much to our judges and of course our research presenters for braving this research conference. Now let's move on to our next set of research presenters.
Thank you, Ma'am Sam. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to our third to the last research presenters coming from the Bachelor of Science in Tourism Management. We have Satore et al. With a research paper exploring the reasons behind stagnation in selected tourist attractions in Davao del Norte from the vantage point of managers. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, professors, guests, and fellow researchers. Mabuhay o madayaw. I am Jamie Jane Satore, and with me is Jazreen Angko. On behalf of my group mates, Crystal Riptora, John Adrian Kakachan, Mayan Ancheta, from the Bachelor of Science in Tourism Management. We are honored to present our research study exploring the reasons behind stagnation and selected tourist attractions in Davao del Norte from the vantage point of managers. Once again, our research study exploring the reasons behind stagnation and selected tourist attractions in Davao del Norte from the vantage point of managers. Today, we will delve into one of the most vital pillars of the Philippine economy, the tourism industry. Tourism is a key driver of economic growth and cultural preservation, contributing significantly to local and national development. However, despite its potential, some tourist destinations fail to sustain growth, leading to stagnation. Davao del Norte, a province known for its diverse natural and cultural attractions, is no exception to this challenge. While some destinations flourish, others struggle to attract and retain visitors. The reasons behind this stagnation remain a critical concern for tourism stakeholders, particularly managers, who play a key role in addressing these challenges. To identify some of the reasons, let us now look into our global, national, and local problems.
So in Davao del Norte, some sites face stagnation due to low tourist demand, resource constraints, and poor infrastructure. And then similar issues are seen worldwide. In Indonesia, they suffer from environmental damage and outdated attractions, while Malaysia faces stagnation due to weak destination management and lack of innovation. In Changzhou, China, they struggle with slow tourist growth and poor service quality. In the Philippines, according to William in 2020, our tourism here lacks coordination, which causes stagnation. In Romblon, growth is hindered by poor transportation links, limiting the international and domestic flights. Zamboanga Peninsula faces infrastructure and security issues, while in Siargao, attractions stagnated after the Typhoon Odette.
Let us now proceed to our research gap. Our specifically by tourist attractions in Davao del Norte experience stagnation.
particularly from the vantage point of managers. While these studies have explored tourism stagnation, they primarily focus on infrastructure and service quality issues. These studies do not explicitly explore the perspective of managers nor focus on the local context of Davao del Norte. For our social relevance, revitalizing tourism can create jobs, improve infrastructure, and enhance the quality of life for residents. Immediate action is needed to help local managers address stagnation in Davao del Norte's tourist attractions.
So this research is supported by, this research is, so this research is supported by Tourism Area Life Cycle by Butler in 2020. It illustrates that tourism attraction goes through 6 distinct stages, which is exploration, involvement, development, consolidation, stagnation, and lastly, decline or rejuvenation. In like manner, the tourism destination development by Breaky also serves as the foundation of our research. It suggests that destination development is not linear, but influenced by internal dynamics and external factors, allowing for continuous and unpredictable change in any direction. This study also applies Elkington's triple bottom line, which assesses a tourist attraction's performance based on 3 dimensions: environment, social, and economic impact.
To guide our study, we have formulated 4 key research questions. Number 1, what are the reasons contributing to the stagnation of tourist attractions in the province of Davao del Norte? Number 2, what are the challenges that the tourist attraction faced that resulted in stagnation? Number 3, how do managers cope with the challenges encountered that led to stagnation? And lastly, what innovative strategies can be recommended to enhance the sustainability and the competitiveness of the tourist attractions in the province of Davao del Norte? And the purpose of this study is to explore the vantage point of managers regarding the reasons contributing to the stagnation of tourist attractions, as well as the coping strategies and innovative strategies that can be used to address the phenomena.
So this study employed a qualitative approach, specifically phenomenological research. Our study involved 10 managers from Davao del Norte. Among them, 7 managers participated in IDI, while 3 managers took part in focus group discussion. And for our sampling technique, this study employed purposive sampling.
Let us now move on to the data collection procedure. To ensure the reliability, validity, and ethical integrity of our study, we followed a structured data collection process, which consisted of the following key steps. To begin, we sought approval from the Research Ethics Committee. This step ensured that our study complied with ethical guidelines and that the rights and well-being of participants were protected. Once ethical clearance was obtained, we proceeded with securing communication letters from institutional authorities, including the President, Vice President of Academic Affairs, Program Head, and the managers. Prior to data collection, we distributed informed consent forms to all participants. This ensured that they fully understood the purpose of the study, their role, and their right to withdraw at any time. With all necessary approvals and consents secured, we then conducted in-depth interviews and focus group discussions with the managers. After gathering the data, we proceeded with its processing and analysis. This involved transcribing interviews and discussions with translations into English, followed by organizing the transcribed data and applying coding to categorize responses into meaningful themes, conducting thematic analysis to identify patterns. Lastly, we compiled and presented the study results, offering valuable insights that could inform future tourism development strategies. Let us now discuss the findings of our study. In response to research question 1, which explores the reasons behind stagnation in selected tourist attractions in Davao del Norte, we have identified 4 key themes. The first theme identified is inadequate tourist attractions and amenities, and these are the underlying core ideas. The second theme is concerns on weather conditions, supported by these following core ideas. The third theme is issues related to geographical location and road conditions, with the following underlying core ideas. And lastly, the fourth theme is limited progress due to financial constraints, which is reflected in these following core ideas. For the research question 2, challenges faced by tourist attractions that resulted in stagnation in Davao del Norte. We have identified 4 key themes. The first theme is declining clientele, and these are the underlying core ideas. The second theme is inadequate and obsolete facilities, supported by these following core ideas. The third theme is financial limitations, with the following underlying core ideas. Lastly, the fourth theme is lacking of leisure engaging opportunities, which is reflected in these following core ideas.
For our table 3, it answers the question, what are the coping strategies that the managers implemented in facing stagnation? We have identified 5 key themes, and these are sustaining maintenance and continuing development, acquiring loan for development, working strategies for promotion and audience management, exploring financial sustainability and resource management, and lastly, receiving support from family and external sources. For our table number 4, it answers the question, what are the innovative strategies can be recommended to enhance the sustainability and competitiveness to the tourist attractions in the province of Davao del Norte? We have identified another 5 key themes, and these are investing in facilities and development, maintaining cleanliness and safety, meeting customer needs, maximizing advertising and social media promotion, and soliciting assistance from government agencies. So for our implications, these study results underscore the urgency of sustainable tourism development and strategic interventions to prevent further stagnation in the province of Davao del Norte. By addressing stagnation through managerial improvements, policy enhancements, and stakeholder collaboration, the findings contribute to a more resilient and competitive tourism industry in the region. For our recommendation, this study has significant benefits for various tourism stakeholders, including the attraction managers, tourism organizations, LGUs, researchers, tourists, and also the local community. For tourism managers, through the identified challenges of our study, it offers them strategies to enhance site sustainability and visitor experience. For the tourism organizations, they can use these insights to refine promotional efforts and strengthen collaboration. For the LGUs, they can leverage the findings to develop policies, allocate funding, and support public-private partnerships for tourism development. Overall, the study highlights the importance of stakeholder collaboration and revitalizing the Davao del Norte's tourism sector, ensuring its long-term growth and competitiveness. So ladies and gentlemen, tourism stagnation is not an endpoint. It's a call to action. By understanding the challenges through the eyes of managers, we unlock the potential of revitalization, sustainability, and long-term growth. The future of Davao del Norte's tourism depends on the strategies we choose today. So before we end our presentation, we would like to leave a quote by Ansel Adams: tourist attractions are not mere destinations. They are portals to profound experiences that expand our perspectives and enrich our souls. Once again, good afternoon and mabuhay.
Okay, thank you very much, Sator et al. And now I'll be giving the floor to our panel of examiners as they are going to throw their questions po.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, so it's nice to see tourism students presenting their study. And it's not just a study that disconnect your specialization, but that really study with a relevance to your course or specialization. So it's nice to hear something from the perspective of this particular research. Okay, my question is, or just a manifestation or clarifications with regards to the conduct of your study. this is all about the explorations about reasons behind stagnations. So, how and what particular destinations does this study focus on? Do you have establishment or destinations which you think stagnate at present times, and how did you select them?
Pardon, sir?
Who are the participants of your study? What particular destination are these in Davao del Norte?
It's
We are not allowed to state the name of the establishments, but mostly of our participants are ecotourism destinations and resorts.
In Davao del Norte?
Yes po.
Okay. So, sige. Sige. If it's the point no, of really looking into the confidentiality aspect, then ganito. How did you select this destination?
We have crafted criteria, sir, for us to assess our participants. I-present po namin sa screen, sir.
So just tell me a little bit of that criteria.
Must have low tourist demand, must have low tourist appearance, lack of updates and innovation, and lastly, lack of social media promotion, sir.
So that is true observation.
Yes,
So
sir.
you, as the researcher, are the ones observing and who did the rating no, of that particular criteria or that rubrics. Is that so? Did you interview?
We did some background checking online, sir, and then some site visits to assess if the selected attractions are stagnant. And then upon online checking, it has been observed that these attractions are being stagnant for years.
Okay. So sige. In the light no, of the conduct of your study, you were able to use 3 theoretical underpinnings, right? Okay. So not to mention na lang because I have forgotten them, but there are 3. Okay. With respect to those theory, can you give a synthesis or a conclusion in relation to the findings of your study? How does it relate to the findings of your study? Does it confirm or is the finding or are the findings contradicts or confirms the theory that you have used?
The study of tourism area life cycle by Butler supports our study because the theoretical lens, the tourism area life cycle has 6 stages. And one of those stages is stagnation.
According to the study of Butler, tourist destination goes through 6 distinct stages, and these are exploration, involvement, development, consolidation, stagnation, and then lastly the decline or rejuvenation, sir. So I think that supports our study, sir.
How does it apply to your study in the context of your findings? Oh, okay, so don't you worry. I'm just asking. So if there's no answer to that one, it's okay. Let me proceed with another observations. In your themes, for both research question number 1 and number 2, there are themes that are overlapping, meaning there are themes that are common to both questions number 1 and number 2. Particularly, I should mention financial limitations and financial constraints. So how does it differ? Because it's part of the challenges and it's part of the reasons. How can you justify? Why is that there is that particular themes in research question number 2, challenges, and at the same time in research question number 1? So I would just like to suggest na lang, no? So go over with the verbatim, including the research questions. No, baka nag-overlap yung what you call purpose, no, of asking that questions. Or might be that the core ideas could have been, what you call this one, could have been utilized in research question number 1. Or you could have retained only question number 1 because of this overlapping themes that you have presented, no, in your results of the study. So I'm not saying that this is wrong. I'm just observing, just a point of observation. So for the improvement, you may also check on this one and go back to the verbatim of your transcript. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc, for some suggestions and recommendations po. I think we can somehow proceed to the next group. Thank you very much. Satore et al. With your research paper exploring the reasons behind stagnation in selected tourist attraction in Davao del Norte from the vantage point of managers. At this point in time, we are going to proceed from the representatives coming from the Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, Ms. Sahon et al. With your research paper, The Influence of Employee Recognition on Turnover Intention of Food Service Industry Employees in Tagum City. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Okay, and I would like to request as well the audience to kindly minimize your voices, no? And then we will allow our presenters to have a 12-minute presentation. And right after that one, we are going to proceed with a 6-minute presentation po, or the Q&A. Thank you very much. Again, let's give our round of applause to our BSBA representative.
Employees are said to be a company's most valuable asset and costly investment. But what happens if there's an increase in their intent to leave their organizations? So today we will find out. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Renal Lorraine Mesahon from BSBA program, and I am here to present our study entitled The Influence of Employee Recognition on Turnover Intention of Food Service Industry Employees here in Tagum City. The success and the longevity of a business depends on how they can attract and retain their talents. So we have this thing called turnover intention, which is the desires of the employees to leave their organizations whenever they feel like they are dissatisfied with their jobs already. So that is what we call turnover intention. Actually, it predicts the employee wherein they really actualize the resigning from their jobs. So in the global scale, especially in the food service industry, there has been a high rate of turnover among employees. This can be attributed to different factors such as work-related stress in Indonesia, lack of recognition in South Africa, and then there's low job satisfaction with inadequate rewards in Malaysia. Here in the Philippines, particularly in Manila, 80% of employee turnover is attributed to the poor recruitment decisions of the management. Meanwhile, in Bulacan, service crews express their desire to be recognized or appreciated in their workplace. Moreover, in Davao City, employees of a famous burger station have expressed their desire to leave their job because they feel like they receive very less recognition from their management. Now, since there are already existing literatures that talks about the relationship of both these variables, however, the researchers still saw a literature gap when it comes in the food service industry setting as well as in the national and local levels. Moreover, this study also describes the extent of employee recognition and turnover intention with different indicators, especially we have achievement, job dedication, job performance, and achievement. And also we have discussed how it differs according to different demographic factors, and we also sought the correlation of both variables. Now, turnover is now a very big problem with most organizations giving the increasing rate of their intent to leave their jobs. That's why the researchers have decided to conduct this study to find out if employee recognition does truly influence and predict their decision to or their consideration of leaving their jobs. Now, this study is beneficial to different beneficiaries such as our employees because this helps them advocate for equal recognition programs as well as for our managers and owners. This can help them develop to have more equal recognition initiatives and programs that can help them retain their employees more in the long run. So this research aimed to answer these questions. What is the demographic profile of the employees based on their type of food service industry, marital status, and gender? Second is the extent of their employee recognition in terms of the 4 indicators. We have personal achievement, job performance, and job dedication. And then we also have the extent of their turnover intention. Now, for the 4th question, we aim to answer, is there a significant difference of employee recognition when analyzed according to demographic factors, And next, we sought the relationship between both variables and if employee recognition truly predicts turnover intention. For our theoretical framework, we have Herzberg's 2-factor motivation theory. So, this differentiates motivation factors such as achievement and recognition, which leads to higher job satisfaction, and also the hygiene factors such as salary and working conditions, which prevents job dissatisfaction. So according to this theory, when one of those motivation factors, such as recognition, is negatively impacted, then their loyalty can also be negatively impacted, according to Ngo Henha 2018. And this study was also anchored on Adams' equity theory, Barney's resource-based theory, and Vroom's expectant theory of motivation. Now we go to our methodology. We have used quantitative, descriptive, correlational, and comparative study. So we have used descriptive to measure the extent of the variables while using correlational to show the relationship of both variables. In addition to that, we have also employed a comparative research design so that we can compare if there are significant differences when they are analyzed according to their demographic profiles. For our research respondents, we have surveyed food service industry employees here in Tagum City. We have only interviewed those that were listed from the city's business permit and licensing department. Next, to ensure fairness in selection, we used purposive sampling and stratified random sampling. And for our research instruments, we have used adapted questionnaires, So we have the employee recognition scale from Canon 2015 and the questionnaire on turnover from Darishini and Balasingam 2017. For our statistical treatment of data, we have the tools such as the mean, standard deviation, ANOVA, Pearson correlation coefficient, and the regression analysis. Now we move forward to the collection of our data. First, we have submitted protocol to the SNCTI REC, and then we have sought the permission from our school president as well as the owners of the food service establishments that we will be conducting a survey on their employees. And then after that, we have gathered our respondents with the help of our gatekeepers and guided by our selection criteria. We have also secured the ICF, or the Informed Consent Form, and data privacy forms to ensure that their participation was voluntary and was not coerced. And then after that, we have collected our survey questionnaires, tallied, and submitted to our statistician for the statistical treatment of data. Now we move forward to the results and discussion. So for the first question, the demographic profile of our respondents, it was seen that our respondents were mostly single employees, mostly male, and most of them came from the restaurant sector. So we have interviewed employees from the catering services, fast food services, and the restaurant sector. Now for the extent of employee recognition, it was seen that employee recognition in the food service industry is evident to a large extent, which tells us that employee recognition is observed in different food establishments. Next, for the extent of turnover intention, it was also evident at some point. So this tells us that there are some employees who consider leaving from their organizations, while there are also some who are planning to consider for stay long term. Next, we move on to the significant differences when analyzed according to the different demographic factors. First, we will discuss the employee recognition, its differences when analyzed according to the type of food service industry. So it was seen that there is no significant difference in the employee recognition. This tells us that employees in different food service establishments receive the same or similar levels of employee recognition. However, when analyzed according to marital status, it was found that there is a significant difference. This tells us that it truly differs whether you are married or single employee. The level of recognition they receive is different. Moving on to gender, there was also no significant difference, which tells us that regardless of their gender, either male, female, or member of the LGBTQIA community, they all receive similar levels of recognition, which is good. Next, we proceed to the extent of turnover intention. It was seen that there is a significant difference when analyzed to type of service industry. This tells us that they do not have the same levels of turnover intention. For some, they have more intentions to leave. For some, they have a few. When analyzed according to marital status, their intention also depends whether they are married or single. For gender, there is also no significant difference. Lastly, second to the last question, there is a significant correlation of employee recognition and turnover intention, but it is weak and negative. This means that decreased employee recognition leads to higher turnover intention and vice versa. And for our last question, we have found out that employee recognition is a significant predictor of turnover intention, which corroborates with the finding of Mendes 2017, wherein employee recognition is considered as one of the factors that truly predicts turnover intention. And for our recommendations, we recommend employees to actively pursue recognition and advocate for equal recognition practices. And this will start, I know, with the managers and owners of food service establishments, as well as human resource practitioners that they can develop equal recognition initiatives and practices to help create a more inclusive and supportive work environment. And these are our references. And before we end, let us be reminded by this quote that says, "The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall." And that's all for our presentation. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Sahon et al. Now I'll be giving the floor to our panel of judges to give or to throw their questions.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations, first and foremost. Job well done. Nag-iisa ka lang. Asan yung type of food service,
Industry.
marital status, and
Gender.
gender. I'm curious, sa gender natin, ilang gender yung in-identify? Dalawa or?
We have male, female, and then the LGBTQIA+.
Okay, so that to
community.
justify yung ANOVA. What
Yes.
about si marital status? Kasi single siya ka-married lang
Single
yung
and
na-mention
married
natin.
only.
Bakit walang T-test?
T-test. T-test was used for the marital status. It wasn't. It was just excluded in the presentation na lang.
That was very important kasi
Yes,
when we
po.
look at the
Independent
the
T-test.
research manggod nato, when you have you have a moderator that only has two options, you should be using T-test manggod siya. So if you have used T-test, okay lang yun siya, pero dapat na-present lang yun siya, no?
Yes po,
Now,
sir. Sorry for that.
No, that's fine. Wala namang mali siya nangyari. So, ano na lang siya, recommendation ko na lang siya for improvement as far as yung future researcher natin. Rather than to explore more the correlations of employee recognition and employee turnover intention, it would be best siguro, kasi you have established the correlation naman siya eh. So it would be best that you would look at what domains of your independent variable, what domains of your employee recognition specifically influence or significantly influence your dependent variable or employee turnover intention. So when I say what domain, kasi sa independent variable ninyo, di ba you have components of your independent variable. Kasi in your regression, you have analyzed it in a general manner. So yung variable to variable yung influence na nakita natin. So mas maganda doon sa recommendation natin for future researcher, you would recommend for future researcher to look or to investigate which among the domains of your independent variable, which is your employee recognition, significantly influence si employee turnover na para ma-level up naman yung future research sa susunod na mga researchers. Yun lang. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think we can still cater one more question coming from the panel of judges. I think that's okay. Okay, so thank you very much and congratulations to Ms. Sahon et al. With their research paper, The Influence of Employee Recognition on Turnover Intention of Food Service Industry Employees in Tagum City.
And now we are down to our last research presenters. Coming from the Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, we have Corbelia et al. With their research titled Tax Fairness and Knowledge as Determinants of Tax Compliance Among SMEs in the Retail Industry in Tagum City. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome our last research presenters from the Bachelor of Science in Accountancy. A round of applause, please.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone, especially to our esteemed judges.
dedicated faculty members who are present today, and to our fellow Marian students, good afternoon. Praise be Jesus and Mary, now and forever. We are honored to stand before you today as the final and last presenters from BS Accountancy Program in this research conference. It is great privilege that we share our study titled Tax Fairness and Knowledge as Determinants of Tax Compliance among SMEs in the retail industry in Tagum City. This study was conducted by Raquel Wenceslao, Pariolan Marian, and Cindy L'Oreal, and yours truly, Tricia Carbelia. So the level of tax compliance among small-scale traders had been a significant concern for government and tax authorities globally, mainly due to the country's growing budgetary needs. Furthermore, many countries around the world face serious concerns when it comes to tax compliance. Even in well-developed countries, compliance is not always 100% due to certain obstacles that small business face regarding taxes, which results in non-compliance. Globally, in Cimahi, Indonesia, the primary challenge for most SMEs in meeting their tax compliance is the perception that government-imposed tax rates are excessively high. While in Malawi, there are several reasons for SMEs having low tax compliance. These include poor implementation of general tax avoidance factors, high income tax rates, mistrust of other people's tax-paying habits. I believe the tax evasion is simple and insufficient tax penalties as a barrier to compliance. In the national level in Tuguegarao City, small business owners may have the opportunities to evade taxes due to poorly designed tax system and ineffective tax administrators. Moreover, in Davao City, most small enterprises face difficulties with regulatory compliance, leading to delayed reports, lower economic growth, and deficit in revenue from the government. Also, some SMEs in Tagum City were shut down by the tax administrators for failure to pay appropriate taxes due to unequal treatment in tax returns and equality among various businesses. Based on the researchers' readings, there are existing studies and research about tax compliance and in outcomes in different contexts, such as high compliance among SMEs due to unfairness of the government tax system, making them evade taxes. Even though these studies concern the problems with tax compliance among SMEs, the researchers did not find any study that is conducted specifically in the retail sector. Concerning the lack of consideration of tax compliance, it is an urgent matter, particularly for SMEs in the retail industry in Tagum City, in which non-compliance can result in penalties or worse, forced closure of establishments if they do not pay their taxes accordingly.
So we have here the statement of the problem. First, what is the extent of tax fairness among small and medium-sized enterprises in the retail industry in Tagum City? Second, what is the extent of tax knowledge among SMEs in the retail industry in Tagum City? Third, what is the extent of tax compliance among SMEs in the retail industry in Tagum City? Fourth, is there a significant relationship between tax fairness and tax compliance, and tax knowledge and tax compliance? Lastly, do tax fairness and tax knowledge significantly influence the tax compliance among SMEs in the retail industry in Tagum City? Furthermore, this study is based on the following theories, namely, equity theory by Adams 1963 and theory of planned behavior by Azen 1991. This study utilized a non-experimental quantitative research design, specifically employing a descriptive correlational approach. This study used stratified random sampling based on business size and industry, focusing on those actively filing and paying taxes. Of the 350 respondents, the research included 283 small enterprises and 67 medium enterprises. And the researchers used adapted questionnaires of Baladipo et al. 2022 and Tembo 2016.
Now for the data gathering procedure. To begin with, permission was sought from the school president with an endorsement from the accountancy program head, research associate, and the VPAA. Afterwards, the researchers gave an in-person orientation to thoroughly explain the study's purpose, objectives, and protocols. The researchers also guaranteed that the respondents' identities and personal information would remain confidential. Subsequently, the survey questionnaires were administered face-to-face during the first semester of the 2024-2025 school year and were given out to the respondents via printed survey forms. Finally, the printed survey questionnaires were collected on the same day of administration and securely stored for safekeeping. The only individuals that were permitted to access the collected survey questionnaires were the researchers and other authorized personnel, such as the Technical and Ethics Committee. And for the results and discussions, we have here Table 1, which shows the extent of tax fairness among SMEs in the retail industry in Tagum City, which has an overall mean of 3.24, with a descriptive equivalent of moderate, indicating that tax fairness is evident to some extent. Moreover, the standard deviation of 1.20 shows that most data points are close to the mean, showing a mix of consistency and variation in the responses. Moving on, Table 2 presents the extent of tax knowledge among SMEs in the retail industry in Tagum City, which has an overall mean of 4.11 with a descriptive equivalent of high. This signifies that tax knowledge is evident to a great extent. Further, the standard deviation of 0.97 suggests that the responses are relatively close to the average, indicating low variability and high consistency. Finally, Table 3 illustrates the extent of tax compliance among SMEs in the retail industry in Tagum City, and it got an overall mean of 4.10 with a descriptive equivalent of high. This means that tax compliance is greatly observed. Further, the standard deviation of 1.04 denotes that responses are relatively close to the mean, indicating that they are moderately consistent.
For the Table 4, significance of the relationship between tax fairness and tax knowledge. Tax fairness significantly correlates with the tax compliance with a correlation coefficient of 0.283, while the tax knowledge significantly correlates with tax compliance with a correlation coefficient of 0.666. For the Table 5, for the significance of the influence of tax fairness and tax knowledge, this has a result that tax fairness and tax knowledge significantly influence tax compliance.
For our recommendations, managers and owners of small and medium enterprises may practice transparency in tax reporting. Participating in tax consultations and other workshops will improve their knowledge of tax rules and regulations, thereby fostering tax compliance. Businesses that perceive the tax systems as fair are more likely to comply with tax regulations. Second, the Bureau of Internal Revenue may improve the tax filing procedures among SMEs by making it easier for them to comply through online platforms or modernized tax forms. Giving them small discussions about their compliance with tax obligations will reduce non-compliance among taxpayers, will boost compliance rates. The local government unit may provide local taxpayers with awareness campaigns on local taxes. Next is the Department of Trade and Industry may collaborate with the BIR of the LGU to resolve the SMEs' concern. Next is that taxpayers and business owners may consider working with tax professionals when needed. They could also participate in seminars and other platforms such as tax campaigns proposed by the agency that promotes voluntary tax compliance. Next is the accountancy students may gain deeper insights into the research findings to better understand tax compliance and its factors. They can also utilize these results to educate themselves and attend programs that focus on tax policies to increase their awareness of tax compliance. And next is the future researchers may consider broadening their investigation to include the impact of social-cultural factors on tax compliance among SMEs, exploring how cultural attitudes towards taxations and perception of tax fairness influence compliance could provide valuable insights.
So that concludes our presentation with our research. And before we end, we'd like you to leave with a quotation from Mark Twain saying that the secret of getting ahead is getting started. This is Corbelia et al. Thank you for your time and attention.
All right, thank you so much and congratulations to our last research presenters. We have Corbelia et al. From the Bachelor of Science in Accountancy. Now let's proceed to the question and answer portion and also to the giving of comments and suggestions and maybe recommendations for the betterment of their paper.
Maayong hapon.
Maayong hapon,
Good afternoon to the four of you. You're from what program?
BS Accountancy, sir.
BS Accountancy. And I assume that you are all intelligent? Okay, so sige. This topic is interesting in the sense that nowadays, I do believe that though the government has intensified the collection of taxes, however, there are still those taxpayers who are reluctant and who are not on time paying their taxes. So this would somewhat a study that would unveil, that would explore the possibility or the extent as to the extent of paying taxes in the locality where the study is or was conducted. So my concern is on the recommendations. Okay, so may I know, I wasn't able to pick up as to how many recommendations did you present? There are
7 po, sir.
7. There's a lot of recommendations that you have presented a while ago. In the basis of the result, how did you come up with these recommendations?
Okay. Okay, Pastor. So we come up with that recommendations based from our study because we believe that fairness and knowledge is truly relevant, and we found out that the more the taxpayers are unaware regarding with their tax obligations, of course, it will lower their level. It will lower their voluntary compliance with their taxes. So that is why, also when it comes to their perceptions of taxes, it will also affect taxpayers' willingness to pay their taxes. So we think that by recommending these 7 recommendations, which from the SMEs, from the BIR, from the DTI, or other local tax authorities, we recommend that because we believe that it will help the taxpayers, especially from the SMEs, business owners in the retail industry, sir.
What particular recommendations which you think very important among the 7? So you just choose one and why, and how will you suggest as to how these recommendations be realized? No, sige.
Okay, so sir, for maybe it is for the DTI to accommodate or to be have to join with the BIR in terms of these results that we gathered, sir. No? So maybe the DTI or the BIR could improve their programs or have some seminars as we also included that in our recommendations, which will help and aid the knowledge and awareness among taxpayers.
Okay, so thank you very much for that one. As I look at the literature that is related to your study, there has been studies already conducted with regards to compliance, okay, of tax compliance. Now my question is, how do your findings compare with those of previous studies on similar topics? That's number one. Number two, you have, are there any significant discrepancies between your results and the existing literature?
So based in our findings and results, so our study is do have the same findings with other authors that conducted the study the same about tax fairness and knowledge regarding with their tax compliance. But what makes it different is that the level of tax fairness based on our result is somehow weak but has a positive result in regards to their compliance. And also from the knowledge, we think that the results are significant with our recent readings. They have the same results of having positive relationship towards with the compliance foster.
Okay, so I hope that you will be successful in your future endeavors, particularly in the implementation of this particular study, for it to be functional. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much to our panel of experts and judges. All right, last question from our panel of judges.
Hello. Good afternoon. Actually, not a question, but a commendation with your work, and especially that you were able to discuss about digitalization with regards to payment of taxes, because in a way, we are already towards the age of technology, and having that in the tax system to have easier access, it will be a good thing for taxpayers, especially small businesses, to access, so that it will be easier. They will not have the long queues. They're not going to go towards the area where they're going to pay either at the City Hall or the BIR, etc. But what is necessary, I think, will be to educate the people of how those will be implemented, so that they will be able to access it, because without them being educated how it is going to be accessed, it is going to be a gap once again. So congratulations on your study.
Thank you so much, sir, and also to our research presenters. And that concludes the end of our multidisciplinary research presentations from all our tertiary education programs. Ayan, wala pa kayong mga kamay dyan. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the concluding part of our third international conference. And it has been a remarkable day filled with insightful discussions and meaningful collaborations and thought-provoking exchange of ideas.
Yes, indeed, Ma'am Sam. This conference has provided a platform for the exchange of knowledge, the exploration of new perspectives, and the fostering of innovative solutions. The discussions held today have paved the way for further research, stronger networks, and new opportunities for collaboration.
That's true, Sir Mon. And as we conclude, the momentum built here will continue beyond this event. Thus, the ideas shared and the connections made will contribute to future advancements and ongoing progress in our respective fields.
And to celebrate this moment and our event on a high note, let us enjoy special performances from Laika Tangkogo and Care Anthony Santaya from BSN 1 students. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please.
Check, mic check.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa cellphone na lang.
bago aking pagtingin, pangako natin sa may kapal na tayo lamang sa habang buhay maghintay.
Ipaglalaban ko ang ating pag-ibig. Maghintay ka lamang, ako'y darating. Pagkat sa isang taong mahal mo ng buong puso, lahat ay gagawin. Magkita kang muli.
Puso'y nagdurusa, nangungulila, iniisip ka pag nag-iisa, inaalala mga sandali nang tayo ay magkapiling. Ikaw ang gabay sa aking tuwina,
Ikaw ang gabay sa aking buhay.
Tanging
ikaw, ipaglalaban ko ang ating pag-ibig. Maghintay ka lamang, ako'y darating. Pagkat sa isang taong mahal mo ng buong puso, lahat ay gagawin. Ipaglalaban ko ang ating pag-ibig. Maghintay ka lamang, ako'y darating. Pagkat sa isang taong mahal mo ng buong puso, lahat ay gagawin.
makita kang muli.
Makita kang muli. Makita kang muli.
Wow, thank you so much, Laika and Care. And to keep the energy high and the atmosphere lively, we have another special performance lined up for you. Showcasing their talent, grace, and passion for dance, let us give a warm round of applause to the Marianaya Dance Troupe as they take the stage for an exciting intermission number. A round of applause, please.
It's about to be so damn hard. Special edition and your AI couldn't copy. I'm leaving clues in the fitting room and it's hot tea. No, I'm not thinking about no exes, no, they miss me. I got the whole room spinning like it's tipsy. Don't burst, take it to the chorus. Ooh, wanna rock with Jenny? Keep your head down, nails done like Jenny. I was kind of obsessed like Jenny. Like Jenny. I think I really like Jenny. Haters that I really like Jenny. Cause they can never ever be Jenny. But have you ever met your Trini. Ooh, wanna rock with Jenny. Keep your head down, nails done like Jenny. Boss got him obsessed like Jenny. Like. I think I really like Jenny. Haters they don't really like Jenny. Cause they can never ever be Jenny. Like Jenny. Rock with Jenny. Keep your head down, nails done like Jenny. Boss got him obsessed like But have you ever met Jenny? But have you ever met Jenny? It's Jenny.
Wow, thank you so much to our Marinayo dance troupe for that very lively and entertaining performance. As this event draws to a close, we would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and sincerely thank everyone who has contributed to the success of this conference. Truly, their enthusiasm, knowledge, and persistence have made a significant contribution to the growth of the academic achievement and research.
And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with the awarding of certificates to our distinguished judges as a token of our gratitude for their invaluable contribution. And to award the certificate, may I also request the presence of the following individuals. We have Doc Neil, Ma'am Daphne, our research associate, and I think, may I also request all the program heads to be here po. Thank you very much. And let me read the citation. St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, Research and Publication Center, Tertiary Education and Graduate Education Programs, Third International Multidisciplinary Research Conference. Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to, in recognition of his generous contribution of time and expertise as a reactor and judge during the interdiscipline research presentation tertiary education category at the 3rd International Multidisciplinary Research Conference 2025, organized by the Research and Publication Center of St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, with the theme Empowering Student Research in the Age of AI, Advancing Sustainability and Societal Impact, held on March 20 to 22, 2025. Her or his contribution have significantly advanced SMCDI's mission of fostering a vibrant culture of research within the institution. Given on this 21st day of March 2025 at St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, Davao del Norte, Philippines. Signed, Dr. Neil Ryan B. Ado, LPT, our Vice President for Academic Affairs. And signed, Sister Maria Marilu B. Madronero, RVM, our School President. This certificate of appearance is awarded to, of appreciation is awarded to Christian Joy C. Salas, RNMAN.
Once again, let's give a warm round of applause to our first judge and reactor for this research conference. Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Dindo L. Alquizar, DEA CMMS.
appreciation is awarded to Nika K.D. Bolaño, MNCE. Let's give her a round of applause, please.
Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Eugene P. Iglesias, PCPE, DBMIS. A round of applause, please.
Appreciation is awarded to Paulino Tado, PhD.
To our esteemed panel members, yes, and judges and reactors. Now, it's time for the photo opportunity of all our judges and reactors. Let's all give them a warm round of applause, please. And we are sincerely grateful for your presence this afternoon. Thank you so much also to our program heads for joining us here at the center stage. At this point, we will proceed to the giving of certificates or the awarding of certificates and token of our gratitude to the research presenters per program. May I request the Bachelor of Science in Elementary and Secondary Education to please give their certificates to the research presenters. Yippee!
Okay, may I request the research presenters coming from the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. And may I also request the presence of the program head of the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering to give their certificates of appreciation.
To our research presenters coming from the different tertiary education programs. We are very thankful for your efforts as well. Let's proceed to the giving of certificates from the program of Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. Gymnasium, kindly come forward and receive your certificates. We have here Reyes et al. From the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. Their research study is SUMAPRO, development of a prototype sensor with a mobile application integration for soil health management in banana plantation in Davao del Norte. We also have Adrales et al. No? All right, let's proceed with the next. Dumangas et al. We also have here Sumangil et al. A round of applause, please. Congratulations to the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science student and researchers. A round of applause, please.
Okay, so at this time, I would like to call in the program head of the Bachelor of Science in Nursing as she will somehow award the certificates po. May I request the BSN 4A to please come here in front po and kindly claim your certificates.
Yes, student researchers coming from BSN
4A.
Section A.
BSN 4A. Make it faster, please. Thank you.
Please double time, student researchers. BSN A.
Okay, then kindly prepare BSN 4B.
Closer, and then show us your best smiles. Yan. Congratulations to our student researchers coming from the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program.
Okay, so may I request as well the BSN 4B to please come here sa stage po natin. Ayan.
Please double time and show us your best smiles. Yan, our student researchers. much and congratulations. Now let's proceed to the Bachelor of Science in Criminology program, requesting all our student researchers to please come here at the center stage. And of course, to award your certificate is none other than the program head of the Bachelor of Science in Criminology, Mr. Erico. Yan. Settle down and show us your best smiles. Ayan, our future policeman and policewoman, public safety officers.
Ayan. And at this point in time, may I call in the student research presenters coming from the Bachelor of Science in Tourism Management, together with their program head.
Please double time, student researchers. And of course, to award their certificates, we have here our program head, Ms. Jill Luria Valdez. Show us your best smiles. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and smile. At this point in time, may I request again the Bachelor of Science in Secondary and Elementary Education, and right after that would be the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering program. So please prepare our student researchers. Yes, for the photo opportunity. Okay. Yan, double time pa tayo from the BE Ed and the BS Ed program. After that would be the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. So kindly prepare na lang at the side. And also, after the BSCE would be the BSBA and BSA. So please, prepare na lang tayo sa side para efficient and mas smooth flow ang ating photo opportunity. Thank you so much.
Okay, so at this point in time, I would like to request our student researchers coming from the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, together with their program head, Engineer Kim Bitang. Ayan. BSBA, kindly prepare. As well as BSA.
prepare. BSBA students, please prepare at this side. And BSA students, please prepare on this side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us now proceed with student researcher coming from Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management.
With our program head, of course, Mr. Ryan J. Hibaya, FSCO MBA. Ayan, a round of applause to our research presenter.
Okay, let us all welcome our student researchers coming from the Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, together with their program head, Ma'am Adele Corporal.
Okay, show us your best smiles in 3, 2, 1, smile.
And we have here the student researchers coming from the Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, together with their program head, Ma'am Adelpha Corporal.
Okay, to our Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, show us your best smiles in 3, 2, 1. Wow. Once again, let's all give ourselves a warm round of applause, please. And now, hindi na tayo magpatumpik-tumpik pa. Let's proceed to the awarding of the winners for both the poster visual abstract and the oral presentation. Are you all excited to know the winners? Alright, so if your number or course. Okay. So may I request if your program will be hailed as the winner, your program head as well as Doc Neil will present your certificate and of course your lovely medals. Alright, let's start with the winners for the poster visual abstract cluster A.
Who's your bet?
Our third place, it's entry number 812, Life with Trisomy 21, a multiple case study on the realities of family members caring for loved ones Down syndrome.
May I call in as well, program head of the Bachelor of Science in Nursing,
To receive your medals and certificates. So congratulations!
Yes. Congrats. congratulations. Now for our second place for poster visual abstract under cluster A. Who's your bet? Ayun. We have from entry A13 with the research title Assessing the Level of Mental Health Literacy Among Students in SMCDI Basis for Program Development. I would like again to request the presence of the program head of the BSN.
Wow! Twice in a row from the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program. So congratulations to our winners! Congratulations to our second place from the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program. And now for the first place. Wow! Our champion for the Cluster A with regards to the poster visual abstract. It's you! Entry number 825. Discourse analysis on the legitimation strategies found in column articles. Education-related issues in focus. Wow, from the teacher education program.
Okay, let us now proceed with our poster visual abstract cluster B. Are you all excited ba? Oo or oo? Yes, salamat Ma'am Sam sa support. Okay, for our third place. We have entry. For our third place, we have entry number B23 with a research title Tax Fairness and Knowledge as Determinants of Tax Compliance of SMEs in the Retail Industry in Tagum City. I would like to request as well the presence of the program head of the Bachelor of Science in Accountancy.
Yes, congratulations! Congratulations also to our supportive program head from the Bachelor of Science in Business Administration and Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, Ma'am Adelpha. And now, let's proceed to the second place for the poster visual abstract, cluster B. It's you! Entry number B12, exploring the reasons behind stagnation in selected tourist attractions in Davao del Norte from the vantage point of managers. Requesting also the program head of the Bachelor of Science in Tourism Management, we have Ma'am Jill Aloria Valdez, MBA, CGSP. once again, congratulations to our second place for the Cluster B Poster Visual Abstract.
And for our first place for poster visual abstract under Cluster B, our first place we have entry number B1 with research exploring the lutong buho practices from the annals of modern cooks. May I request the program head of the hospitality management,
Mr. Ryan J. Hibaya, FSCO MBA. Wow, congratulations. And now let's move on to cluster C. Right? I believe this is the last cluster for our poster visual abstract. For the third place. Wow. Thank you so much, our tech team. Third place is entry number C28. Tapping the Power of Waterfalls, a study on designing an effective energy storage system in Barangay Carcor, New Corelia, Davao del Norte. We request the ever-supportive program head as well, Engineer Kim Bitang, to award the medals and certificates.
Okay, congratulations. And for our second place for poster visual abstract under Cluster C, our second place we have entry number C32 with a research title Enhancing Rust Resistance of Block Iron Pipe Through the Customized Application Navy White Beads. Submerging an experimental study. May I request the program head, Engineer Kim Bita.
Any representative from the entry number 32 to please claim your medals and certificates.
And ayan, congratulations! And for our winner, or first place for poster visual abstract under Cluster C. Who's your bet? Okay, we have our place for poster visual abstract of Cluster C. We have entry number C38 with your research title, Sumapro, Development of a Type Sensor with Mobile Application Integration for Soil Health Management in a banana plantation in Tagum City.
Of course, with our program head, Dr. Engineer Cleofe Calo. Thank you so much. Congratulations to our first place from the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now, let's move on to the awarding of the Interdiscipline Research Oral Presentation, Best Presenters and Best Paper. First would be the awarding of the Best Research Presenters. Third place is from the Bachelor of Science in Business Administration Program, entry number 9, with a research title, The Influence of Employee Recognition on Turnover Intention of Food Service Industry Employees in Tagum City. May I request the presenters or our student researchers to please come here at the center stage.
Okay, congratulations. And now we are going to proceed with our second place. Our second place for Best Research Presenter goes to entry number 2 from the Bachelor of Secondary Education with a research title, Discourse Analysis on the Legitimation Strategies found in column articles, education-related issues in focus.
Yes, we also have here Dr. Klein Mamayamay, LPT, their research advisor or instructor. Congratulations! And now, the moment we all have been waiting for, the Best Research Presenter. Who's your bet? Alright. It's you, entry number 5 from the Bachelor of Science in Nursing Program with the research title, Assessing the Level of Mental Health Literacy Among College Students of a Tertiary Education Institution in Tagum City, Basis for Intervention Plan.
You and I get faded together. Party with you, come on now. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together.
Wow, our best research presenters are coming from the Bachelor of Science in Nursing Program. We also have here the very supportive Ma'am Joanne Calzada, RNMN.
Okay, congratulations. At this point in time, we are going to announce the winners for Best Research Paper. For our third placer, we have for the category Best Research Paper, we have entry number 5. entry number 9 with a research paper, The Influence of Employee Recognition on Turnover Intention of Food Service Industry Employees in Tagum City.
A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now.
Alright, once again, congratulations to our third place for the best research paper from the Bachelor of Science in Business Administration program. Now let's move on to our second place for the best research paper. It's you, entry number 2 from the Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education with a research title, Discourse Analysis on the Legitimation Strategies Found in the Column Articles, Education-Related Issues in Focus. Once again, congratulations, our student researchers from the Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education or our Teacher Education program.
Okay, so at this point in time, we are going to announce our first place for the best research paper.
It's up to you.
Who's your bet? Our first place for best research paper, we have entry number 5, assessing the level of mental health literacy among college students of a tertiary education institution in Tagum City. Basis for intervention plan.
Wow! Best research presenter plus best research paper.
Amazing, Ma'am Sam.
Yes, grabe. Ang preparation from the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program.
Alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright.
Alright, once again, congratulations to our best research presenter and best research paper. But before anything else, before we really end this conference this afternoon, may we request our student researchers to please remove all your poster visual abstracts because our graduate school education student researchers will be the one who will post their own posters later. So kindly remove all your visual abstracts later on before you will go home. Alright, but do not remove the pins. Again, do not remove the pins, just your visual abstract. Okay? Thumbs up, everyone. Very good.
Let's celebrate.
And to formally close today's conference, we are honored to have with us Mr. Christopher M. Pulmones, CHP, the Director of Student Affairs and Services, to deliver the closing remarks. Let us all give him a warm round of applause, please.
Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Celebrate.
To our school president, Sister Maria Marilu B. Madronero, RVM. To the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Neil Ryan Ado. To the members of the Management Council and administrators. To our esteemed invited judges and research reactors, and Marian educators, and student researchers, good afternoon. Praise be Jesus and Mary. As we come to the close of the second day of the third International Multidisciplinary Research Conference, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to each and every one of you for your participation, dedication, and contribution in making this event a resounding success. For the past 2 days, we have engaged in discussions, inspiring plenary talks, and insightful research presentation, all aligned with our theme this year, empowering students' research in the age of AI, advancing sustainability and societal impact. This conference has not only provided a platform to showcase groundbreaking research, but has also strengthened our commitment to fostering a culture of academic excellence, critical thinking, and interdisciplinary collaboration. One of the highlights of this conference was the virtual plenary talk, which provided an avenue for students' researchers to gain new perspective from global experts. Through these sessions, students were exposed to emerging research trends, innovative methodologies, and best practices that will undoubtedly help refine their studies, enhance their analytical skills, and inspire them to pursue research with greater enthusiasm and confidence. We hope that this experience has motivated each participant to view research not only as an academic requirement, but a powerful tool to creating meaningful change. To our student researchers, your dedication and commitment to academic inquiry and innovation are truly commendable. The depth of your research and the passion you have shown in presenting your work serve as an inspiration to your fellow students. To our esteemed judges and research reactors, we are deeply grateful for your expertise, keen insights, and constructive critiques. We would also like to acknowledge the organizing committee who have worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. Your commitment and dedication to ensuring the seamless execution of this hybrid event have been instrumental in its success. As we move forward, let this conference serve as a reminder that research is not just about generating new knowledge, it is about making a tangible difference in society. May we all continue to explore, innovate, and collaborate in the pursuit of academic and professional excellence. Once again, good afternoon, and hope to see you in more conferences and next year's conference. God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Sir Tope. And as we end this event, let us bow our heads for a solemn closing prayer to be led by Dr. Adelpha A. Corporal, LPT, the program head of the BSBA and BSA, as well as the research instructor. May I request one to stand?
Okay, so for the Catholics, let us make the sign of the cross in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we stand in awe of your majesty and wisdom, for you are the creator of all things, the source of all knowledge and truth. Your works are marvelous and your ways are beyond our understanding. We praise you for the gift of intellect and the ability to explore the wonders of your creation through research and collaboration. Lord, we humbly acknowledge our shortcomings, for the times we have relied solely on our own understanding and failed to seek your guidance. Forgive us. for the moments when pride or competition overshadow the pursuit of truth and the common good, we ask for your mercy. Cleanse our hearts and minds and help us to walk in humility and integrity. Gracious God, we thank you for the success of this International Multidisciplinary Research Conference. We are grateful for the opportunity to gather, share knowledge, and learn from one another. Thank you for the insights gained, the connections made, and the inspiration to continue seeking solutions to the challenges of our world. We are deeply thankful for your presence among us, guiding our discussions and illuminating our paths. Lord, as we end this conference, we ask for your continued guidance. Bless the work of our hands and the fruit of the research of our students. May it contribute to the betterment of humanity and bring glory to your name. Strengthen our resolve to pursue truth with compassion and courage. Protect us on our journeys home, and may the bonds formed have continued to grow for the advancement of knowledge and common good. We humbly ask for for the intercession of the Blessed Virgin Mary, our Mother and Guide. May she, who pondered the mysteries of God in her heart, inspire us to seek wisdom and truth with humility and love. May her example of faith and obedience lead us closer to your will. We also invoke the prayers of Mother Ignacia del Espiritu Santo, a woman of deep faith and service. May her dedication to God's work and her commitment to the marginalized inspire us to use our knowledge and skills for the greater good, always seeking to serve others with love and compassion. We offer this prayer in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
This conference has once again proven that research is a powerful force for innovation, sustainability, and societal progress. As we move forward, let us continue to embrace AI-driven research with the ethical responsibility and purpose, ensuring that our discoveries benefit not just technology but humanity as a whole.
That's true, Ma'am Sam, and I hope that this conference will motivate us all to further our understanding, work together across disciplines, and develop answers to pressing problems. Knowing that each research venture leads to a better and more sustainable future. Let's continue to be constant in our quest for knowledge, advancement, and learning.
Once again, thank you, and we look forward to seeing you in our next Multidisciplinary Research Conference. This has been Mariel Samantha Aldiano
and Raymond W. De La Cuesta signing off.
Goodbye and God bless
God bless
us
to
all.
everyone.
May I request everyone to please arrange your chairs. Before you go home, please arrange your chairs and pick up pieces of trash or garbages. Thank you so much.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Let's all celebrate and have a good time, yeah, yeah. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate. Come on now. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright.